content you could possibly dream of to be accessible at a fingertip. Streaming is now everywhere. Any movie or TV show you want to watch is there. And yet, just as we're saturated with streaming content everywhere, piracy is now back and becoming normal again. Because people are starting to realize that modern streaming is a scam, and millions of people are just simply tuning out. And despite the ads and the price hikes, the studios are still losing billions, because we are going into a new golden age of piracy. But this wave of piracy is simply a wider symptom that the internet as a whole is dying. The same greedy decisions that are killing streaming are also undermining the entire internet as a whole, and possibly the rest of the economy. And now, as we see governments restricting 18+ content, requiring users to do facial scans and upload their physical IDs to gatekeep the internet, trying to literally block VPNs as we speak, it's clear we're in for a new age of piracy. But how did this all start, and where did this come from? Let's start with streaming. People used to think it was the future, but the state of it today makes you nostalgic for the past. When you compare the modern state of streaming to what we used to have, it's night and day. Back when Netflix was the only show in town, it was insanely cheap compared to cable. For just $8 a month, you had access to Netflix's entire catalogue. While Netflix didn't make their own shows, you still got far more value for money. These were the days before every Hollywood studio had segregated its backlog for its own platform. Pretty much anything you could imagine was on Netflix, available instantly. Compare that to today and you start to get a sense of just how messed up the streaming landscape has become. So let's see how it all stacks up in reality today. For the mainstream platforms, you've got Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, HBO Max, and Disney+, Paramount+, Apple TV, and finally Peacock. We're already looking at over $100 a month, or $1,236 a year, and this is all for no improvement in service. All that gets you is the same level of ad-free access you would have had for $8 just a decade ago. Sure, you'd probably get more content paying $100 a month today than you would have gotten 10 years ago, but you just can't deny how insanely expensive it's getting for normal people, as we all thought we were escaping cable prices, but now we're paying even more. But we're hardly done here. If you're into documentaries, you might want CuriosityStream, which is another $5 a month. If you like anime, then Crunchyroll is another $8 a month minimum. And oftentimes, this is still with the ad-supported subscription tier. Often it's not even cheaper, it's just the old price they used to charge before they hiked it up. Some platforms like Amazon just force the adverts into their existing service, or charging their customers $3 extra a month to remove them. Yet the entire reason to often have these services is to not deal with constant ads anymore, and going back is seemingly a non-negotiable. It's why an estimated 25% of Prime Video's young adult users cancelled their subscription entirely when it was introduced. Plus, if you have any other subscriptions, like a Spotify subscription, ChatGPT subscription, even a subscription for your car, you'll end up just forking out hundreds of dollars a month very easily. And so when the obvious alternative to much of this stuff is always going to be free, you can see why so many people have been willing just to say no to the nonsense, as millions of people have now been recently cancelling their subscriptions, and if things continue to get worse, this process will only accelerate. But before we get into the pirate ships threatening to sink the entire industry, we need to understand how we even got here in the first place. You see, the Hollywood of today is completely different to what it used to be. You have this image of a small set of studio executives and CEOs controlling the whole industry and taking the profits. While most of that's still true, they aren't working for themselves anymore. The past 2 decades have seen a process called financialization decimate Hollywood, as described in the book Derivative Media: How Wall Street Devours Culture. You see, the studios don't even own themselves anymore. They've often sold out to private equity, and here's how it works. Say you've got a struggling movie studio like MGM in 2004. They had been one of the biggest studios in Hollywood, but despite their rich catalogue of IPs and characters like James Bond and Spider-Man, the 90s and 2000s had not been kind to them. Now, saddled with debt from trying to stay relevant, the studio was looking for a way out, and this is where private equity comes along. They see what's called a distressed asset, and they have just the right tool to make profit from it: a leverage buyout. Using borrowed money, billions of it in this case, a few equity firms could take over a company like MGM and pay off the previous debts with even more borrowed cash. Often a larger competitor will then join the buyout so that the private equity firms can use them as a platform to extract even more profit. In MGM's case, the equity equity firms were joined by some of the other studios like Sony, eager to get their hands on MGM's licenses. MGM meanwhile took on a further $3.7 billion in debt to try and make this deal, nearly twice as much as the equity firms paid off when they bought it. Now the standard play is often to strip the assets and just move on. This is how private equity makes money from distressed assets. In MGM's case, Sony took the valuable characters, the catalogue of movies, and any other content which was potentially profitable. And all the other parts of MGM, like all the staff, were dead weights. As costs go down, profits remain the same for a little while the stock price goes up and the equity firm can make their money back. By the time the damage from the layoffs and the liquidation becomes clear, the firms that bought it will have probably sold it already, or they'll have made enough of stock dividends that they just don't care anymore. While the MGM buyout marked the beginning of a gold rush for private equity, it really didn't go that well on paper. A few years later, MGM was still heavily in debt with barely anything left to sell to pay it off. Sony hadn't made as much on Spider-Man and James Bond as they thought, but the end result of all of this was that Hollywood became even more concentrated. MGM ceased to exist as it got traded from one equity firm to another, each one trying to extract the last bit of value from its corpse. Their characters and IP got swallowed up into Sony, backed by private equity. Hollywood then constricted even more and sold out to private equity once again. And we've seen how this process eventually unfolded with MGM, as the entire company got stripped and thrown away like a total car. The next 2 decades saw the same song and dance play out over and over again. In the same year, JP Morgan and some other firms bought out AMC. Cinemark was sold out to Madison Dearborn Partners. And in 2006, a group of investors led by the world's largest asset manager Blackstone bought out the Nielsen Company, which is a massive Hollywood audience data firm. Hulu then went a year later, as well as Univision not long afterwards. DreamWorks was then bought up in 2008 by private equity, Miramax in 2010, and in 2012, one of Hollywood's largest talent agencies, WME, was brought out by the private equity firm Silver Lake. A year later, they then struck again, buying out another agency called IMG. And they were 2 of the 4 big ones. Some of IMG's clients included Taylor Swift and Justin Timberlake. And so in the space of 1 year, one private equity firm took control of a huge part of the industry. So why has no one ever heard about any of this? You think people would be interested in learning how just a few firms bought one of the biggest industries in the world. The whole of Hollywood has been bought out. And yet this was buried in the press, especially in the press that covers Hollywood. The Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Rolling Stone, IndieWire, and most other major entertainment news companies are owned by Penske Media Group. This is a conglomerate that was made to hoover up all the news companies and put them under one roof. And you can guess who's been bankrolling the operation. Private equity firms have put hundreds of millions into it. Each time these companies change hands, the firm that ends up owning them tries to extract as much profit as possible. So they cut costs, which means laying off the staff. While the stock price might go up for a time and the firm might end up getting richer, the actual company they're buying ceases to function properly. And it's really hard to overstate the effect this has had on TV shows and movies as a whole. It explains why every movie just seems to flop nowadays. This is exactly why it's so hard to trust the media anymore, because our news and media is almost entirely owned by the same handful of private equity groups, which is why you should check out ground.news/moon, as Ground News gathers stories from over 50,000 sources around the world every single day. So instead of falling into algorithmic echo chambers, you can compare how the left, right and centre are covering the exact same story. For example, let's take a look at this story about how the UK just rolled out one of the strictest online age verification laws in the world, requiring platforms like Reddit and X to implement age verification barriers to comply. With Ground News, we can see this story is being covered by 130 different sources, 19 of which are left-leaning, 15 are right, and 39 are in the centre, with a biased distribution of 26% left, 53% centre, and 21% right. We can then compare all the headlines and do a biased comparison of all the stories, where we can see that left-wing sources are framing this law as threatening the open internet, whereas right-wing sources are saying these laws don't go far enough. You can even click each original source directly and compare these headlines for yourself, instead of just an algorithm telling you what to think. And with their ownership of sources feature, it's clear the majority of outlets are owned by media conglomerates, with only 18% coming from independent news sources. I like looking at this, as it's easy to identify the financial interests shaping the news and confirm that the source I'm reading is free from outside control. And it works perfectly with their blind spot feed that gathers roughly 20 stories a day ignored by the media on the left and right. So make sure to check them out today at ground.news/moon to get 40% off unlimited access this month. Equity firms looking to cut costs have cut wages, media writer producer pay fell by 23% amidst a decade of buyouts, and actor pay and screenwriter pay dropped by similar levels as well. These stripped down, skeleton crew studios can't output quality content at the same speed or quality. It's why we don't see things like Breaking Bad anymore. Breaking Bad, a 5-season masterpiece, came out across 2008 to 2013. This was just before the buyouts really took their effect, as pretty much every year like clockwork they made a new series of one of the best shows of all time, which is something that's completely unheard of for a show of its size today. In fact, we today just see flop after flop in movies and TV. Nowadays, you'd be lucky if your favourite show was half as good and had a new series come out every 2 years. Meanwhile, the studios and their private equity puppet masters have done everything they could to reduce costs in other ways by bypassing the writers and actors entirely. One way you might have noticed is their obsession with cranking out more reality TV. It fills out a streaming services library while costing far less to make. Private equity firms have coordinated on this because each one has exactly the same goal: reduce costs, increase shareholder profits. They operate on a short-term basis so that they can sell the stock, or just sell it to the next private equity firm in a couple of years if they overstretch what they already bought. This way, there's never actually any long-term thinking or passion behind any project today, not even in the media reporting on any of these films. The entire industry has been sold out completely. However, the most important thing here is that the only way they compete with each other now is through the hoarding and use of intellectual property, those IPs and content sources that keep people on your streaming platform rather than the competitors. And this is where the industry is today, solely focused on the IP wars rather than anything else. And unfortunately, that seems to be the future of the entire industry. Here's why. Today, studio executives all generally agree that you need around 200 million subscribers to keep a major streaming platform alive and well. This takes an insane amount of money to get enough content and keep people subscribed. Netflix spent around $17 billion on content in 2024 alone. They can afford it as by far the largest and most profitable streaming platform around. In fact, only 3 studios have this many subscribers: Amazon, Netflix, and Disney when you combine their 2 platforms. For the others, it's just a completely different story. There just isn't enough to go around, with every studio trying to take their own slice of the pie, and the smaller ones are taking a heavy financial beating. According to the New York Times, in 2023, Paramount lost $1.6 billion in streaming, Comcast lost $2.7 billion, and even Disney lost $2.6 billion despite their massive size. And so how are they dealing with these catastrophic losses, and all the losses happening in the box offices right now for these companies? Well, private equity has dealt with this in their usual short-sighted way by squeezing every last drop out of their subscriber base. Not thinking long term, not thinking about customer satisfaction, and not thinking about future great movie making. Just short-term decisions to sell the stock. To do this, they've raised prices as high as they dare, and they've added adverts with extra charges to remove them. The end result is similar to shrinkflation. You get less than before for even higher prices, completely ruining all customer satisfaction. One of the worst things you can do in business, but this can't go on forever. As we zoom out, we'll see that for once, this greed could actually be punished, and finally the consequences of these short-term actions will hit these companies even harder. The shrinkflation comparison reveals why. The classic example for this is a chocolate bar. The big candy companies like Cadbury have steadily shrunk the product while keeping the price the same or even increasing the price. Most people don't really have a choice when it comes to things like cheap chocolates, so they can get away with it as long as their competitors do the same. But unfortunately for movie studios and their private equity overlords, people actually do have a real choice when it comes to streaming platforms. Through all this cost cutting, penny pinching, and terrible business practices, private equity forgets that people have an entirely free option if they ever get sick of the major streaming platforms. And of course, we're in no way endorsing piracy here, but this is just an inevitable economic consequence of offering a bad service. As we zoom out to the wider industry surrounding digital content, we'll see this in full effect. Valve are the kings of digital content distribution thanks to the long-lasting dominance of Steam. Games are an industry that encourages piracy like no other, especially now that you're probably going to be downloading them whether you follow the law or not. Meanwhile, Steam has remained on top for years now, despite other companies like Tencent through Epic Games throwing billions and billions at trying to unseat them. Despite how many new games they give away, despite how easy pirating is, people just prefer to use Steam. Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve, is often quoted when it comes to piracy.
What's Valve's take on piracy?
Piracy to us, so we don't really worry about piracy. When we think, when you look at the top 10 issues on our list at any given point in time, piracy is almost never, something that's on that list. And the reason that we think that we don't have issues with piracy is that there's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is, right?
He must understand it after all, having beaten it so thoroughly. Valve didn't need to worry about privacy like Gabe said because they know how it works. Some people will just always pirate everything and you can't reach those consumers and there's just no point trying. But most people often want to buy games. They don't want the viruses that come with piracy, they don't want all the issues, and they might just want to support game companies. Oftentimes they just don't want to even break the law. There's obviously a lot of reasons not to pirate generally. People often only pirate when there's just no other choice or when they feel like there's no other choice. They simply take the path of least resistance. If everything you want to watch is on Netflix and the costs are reasonable, lots of people will just buy a Netflix subscription. But when the service is poor and expensive like it is today, a much larger proportion of people will just pirate instead. So game companies like Steam can get around this because they offer a really good service. You actually buy a game on Steam and you can download it anywhere. You're not just limited to a few designated devices and you aren't region locked. It won't rotate out of Steam's library in a month or two, making it inaccessible. They offer something much closer to actual ownership. Meanwhile, other game companies offer such a bad service that people had to make a petition just to try and force them to do the bare minimum and actually keep a game functional that people have already paid for. It's called Stop Killing Games, and really it's just asking for the bare minimum in service. Ubisoft's game The Crew is the example that the petition uses. When it was released, it was always online and you needed to log into Ubisoft's dedicated servers to play it. Now it's old and Ubisoft wants to take the servers offline, but this will then mean a game that people paid for will just cease to function. The petition doesn't even force them to keep the servers running. Instead, all it asks for is that these companies must let players run their own private server. It's a tiny cost in the long run for these massive conglomerates, but these companies have all lobbied together to fight this. And the ironic thing here is that the pirates have actually gotten the best service by far in the case of The Crew. A cracked version of a private server has been floating around for ages now. A common consequence of the medieval attitude most companies take towards piracy is that the paying law-abiding customers always just get punished in the end anyway. It's all typical of short-sighted decisions made because the private equity companies at the top are the ones who are really pulling the strings. And we might have praised Valve, but they aren't doing anything that amazing. They're just not buying into the same business model that everyone else seems to be following right now. But maybe that is amazing though, just considering how every other company seems to shoot itself in the foot. It's all the result of a classic expand and squeeze model that startups have been using for years. Uber's a great example. First, they took in as much investor capital as they could, expanding their service to the world while losing billions just to grow larger. Then when they had a large enough market share, they switched to squeeze model. That's when the higher surge pricing came in, the lower pay for drivers, simply just a poorer service for more money. And people couldn't go back to what they used to have as it was already too late and they'd gotten too used to the service. Spotify actually did the same thing. They even used piracy to their advantage. At first, lots of their catalog was downloaded off of sites like Napster. They skirted the law and took control of the market before the big labels could organize themselves, offering a better service that beats the pirates. Later, to keep their position, they made a deal with the big labels. They sold out the artists in favor of hedge funds and private equity, and it would end up making both of them far richer at the expense of the people actually making most of the music. Now Spotify's just another arm of private equity interests that already own the music industry. It was only their absolute dominance over the market that forced the labels to actually work together and accept their place. Otherwise, every major music label would have its own version of Spotify, just like we have with movie and TV streaming platforms. And you can actually tell they're all owned by private equity now just based on their decisions. You might be tired of hearing them by now because they fit the exact same pattern we've seen over and over again. Spotify even recently moved to squeeze costs by reducing royalties even more for small artists. Now, because of their arbitrary decision, each track now needs at least 1,000 streams a year to make any money at all. It runs alongside their constant pressure on free users. Now you can't even choose which specific songs to listen to if you don't have a premium account. And there's even more adverts constantly interrupting the music. Meanwhile, Daniel Ek, the CEO, has invested $700 million of these profits into AI military companies. And you can bet if Netflix had taken more of the market, the big movie studios might have struck a similar deal. But instead, we got the splintered, unstable ecosystem we have today. Which brings us to the final chapter of our journey down the corporate rabbit hole. And as we zoom out to the wider internet, it's all been decimated by these same corporate tactics. Social media companies pushed forward by their investors have done everything they can to sanitize online discussion and make it suitable for advertisers. Meanwhile, the actual content has been degraded by corporate shit-sighted thinking and is now far worse. Want to know the release date of the next season of The Boys? This hypothetical article might tell you, but first you'll get the legally mandated cookie message. This is here because of efforts to regulate corporate data theft, and good luck finding the reject all button if there even is one. Now they're trying to hide it as much as they legally can. Then there's the anti-ad blocker message next. Either you comply or you try to bypass it some other way. Yet again, the people following the rules get invasive adverts. The people who find a way to get around them to read in peace. Then you finally get the actual article. But because the massive private equity conglomerate fired most of the writers, it would mostly be rushed out insane drivel about a show rather than the actual question the headline asks, and will either pander to the film or diss the film based on its narrative and the investors' preferences running the entire industry, which just makes the dead internet theory true in an entirely different way. As bots get more common and start writing all of these articles for these private equity firms, there won't even be any real human opinion here, and the more bots there are commenting and posting on all of the slop, the worse it will get and the harder it will become to find real information, made by actual humans, making the internet even creepier and more controlled than we see today. Each inconvenience for the consumer is because of a greedy decision solely to get short-term profits and sell a company, and these short-sighted policies are really infecting everything. But because of this, it might actually help the streaming situation, as this might actually be the one sector where there will always be an alternative to the corporate route. If it gets worse and worse, there will always be a pressure release valve as we see today, and yet these companies still wonder why piracy is massively increasing today. And if they make it even worse for the consumer, more and more people will just leave and this whole corporate ecosystem could collapse under its own weight, as too many short-term decisions end up being catastrophic. But unfortunately, this just isn't the same for other industries. We already talked about shrinkflation and chocolate bars, but other products and services have similar problems. Take cars for example, private equity is all over the manufacturers. They're the ones pushing for things like a subscription cost for heated seats. And we're not actually joking, this was a real idea pushed by BMW. Just £10 a month in the UK would unlock this feature, which they'd already added to the car. It's simply a completely transparent attempt to squeeze even more money from the customers in whatever way they can. And really it just makes it even sadder that the old anti-piracy ads still isn't true. If you could actually download a car, maybe things would be a little bit different.
At this point, I do believe it is safe to declare that Debian Linux has gone full woke, full off their rocker, super discriminatory, crazy woke. We have so many things, so many news items over the last few months and few years that it just can't be ignored.
The year is 2030. You will own nothing. Be happy, and you will have a computer that is entirely agentic AI that you don't really control anymore. You just talk to it and have it transform your tasks. That is Microsoft Windows 2030 vision. Welcome back to Switch to Linux, and we like to talk on Wednesdays frequently about Windows because it's the things that they do that drives many of us into the Linux ecosystem. This is what caused me to get into Linux years ago when I first saw that Windows 10 EULA, and I said, ain't no way. And so that's really what started my journey down Linux, and that is why we spend some time talking about Windows from time to time. If you like this content, please leave us a like down below and leave us a comment and subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so. So let's go ahead and chat about what they are going to do here on their Windows 2030 vision. AI integration could transform your user interfaces. Basically, we got nothing anymore except agentic AI. Isn't that awesome? That's really what their plan is here. So, of course, we've talked a little bit about that progression. In some ways, they're moving towards a cloud-only only experience where you have your entirety of your computer is on the cloud. You have a little hardware shell that allows you to get up into, allows you to get there and to access that computer. Of course, they're trying to integrate everything with verified identification, satisfy this online ID act that's been going around. They're trying to make sure everything is tied to that TPM module. Of course, even your Microsoft account, it's kind of that chicken and egg question we talked about in our recent video looking at Ubuntu utilizing TPM for full disk encryption as well, where they lock it on full disk encryption and then they put those passkeys up in your account. And of course, if your account gets locked, you can't log in anything. And we were having some internal question we just don't know the answer to. If your Microsoft account gets locked because Microsoft accuses you of wrongthink, and can you even log into your computer anymore? I don't even know the answer to that. These are questions we just don't know. Now, somebody did say in the comments that in the modern iterations, they do tell you what that BitLock or passphrase is, and they kind of remind you to keep it down, but I don't know if it's as robust as Ubuntu's plan for doing that. There's a lot of questions, but in this article here, they're talking about the implementation of agentic AI embedding in every aspect of it, and they brought in a video as well. So, of course, the video here is really pushing in, and this seems to be the beginning of a series of videos. The Windows 2030 vision, the company outlines the vision of the future over the next 5 years, makes a reference to pretty much everything AI. Effectively, what their goal is here is to turn everything into an AI platform, an AI approach. And so what he's looking at here, this is one of the VPs. This is David Weston. He's a VP of operating system and also of security at Windows. We're not going to watch the video. You can have a look at that yourself in this article or on YouTube there. But he says, I truly believe the future version of Windows and other Microsoft operating systems will be to interact in a multimodal way. The computer will be able to see what you see, hear what you hear, and we can talk to it and ask it to do much more sophisticated things. So that to me sounds like it's dystopian hellhole from a company that's trying to collect everything, to snitch on anything it thinks you might be wrong about, and to lock everything out, and then of course to collect everything together for this endless barrage of advertisers whom will not take no for an answer and wants to market to us in every aspect of our life. I don't want my operating system to be tied into an agentic AI that is on the internet, that sees everything I see and that hears everything I hear. To me, that sounds like a dystopian hellhole. To me, that sounds like 1984. To me, that sounds like we're going to walk in with journals into our own houses with journals under our arm, and we're going to drop it just out of the view of the telly screen and kick it over into the one place the camera can't see us, where we might be able to write some private thoughts. And even then, our private thoughts will not be our private thoughts. But that seems to be where the world of Microsoft wants to take us. Unfortunately, it is a little bit of a terrifying approach. Of course, in such a world, you don't own your computer, you don't own your data. Everything is done here. He spends a little bit of time in his video talking about the future of security. He basically says that we'll do like appliance-based computing, so every individual task does one individual thing. Part of that's actually compelling in some degree. I miss the days that we had one dedicated computer, one dedicated GPS, one dedicated MP3 player, rather than carrying around our distraction box that does everything all at once. And to be clear, I do still use independent things in a lot of those circumstances. But there's certain things that, the convenience at times takes over. The question is, are we able to free ourselves in order to do things the way we want to be able to do things? So they mention in here that We are yet to see AI implemented outside of apps in the real world. So far, every AI product is a feature or service that exists inside another app or as a standalone. However, what their goal is to implement AI as the entirety of the operating system. In fact, I should have pulled the article up, but I looked at the recent things inside of the Canary build at Windows this morning, and like everything on the list is cramming more AI. This AI, more Copilot, more AI voice synthesis over here. There's AI. They're betting it in every single portion of the operating system. And so it sounds an awful lot like this is where Microsoft is headed with future versions of Windows, which makes sense as agentic AI becomes more capable. Recent wave of AI-powered web browsers gives us our first look into what this may be like, orchestrating workflows across multiple tabs. Let's talk about that for a moment. First and foremost, if you're unclear about the types of AI, the types of AI that we use most often these days, your ChatGPT, this is an LLM or a large language model. These are models which are pooled on just lots of available data, and they are basically wide-scale mosaic plagiarism tools. They will go into all of this available data and piece it all together to give you something that seems original. It is nothing more than the old classic mosaic plagiarism where you would just gather a lot of resources and blend them together in such a way that people couldn't really tell you were plagiarizing. That's really what LLMs tend to do. What agentic AI does in this instance is agentic. It means that it's acting as an agent for you. You assign it a task. The earlier modes that we've seen, with Perplexity being one terrifying example in their new Comet browser, which is coming out, you assign it a task, like buy me toothpaste, and it will scour the internet. You give it access to it has all your preferences, of course. It knows if you are one of those conspiracy theorists that don't like fluoride in the water, so it's probably going to search out of Tom's of Maine or something like that. And then it has access to your credit card, so it will scour the internet looking for the best service, and then it will purchase it from there. Now, we have a problem. I was reading some articles this week where there's just a ton of scammers that are just creating, I think one of them was like a bunch of fake casino apps. There was another one I saw recently, just a lot of just fake service apps that just look like legitimate services. And so now these are going to start tripping up the AI, and it's very possible for the scammer to put together a store which is going to scam your agentic AI, and your AI will start feeding your credit card to scammers or something on your behalf. It thinks it's got a better deal or something. So, you have to add that thing, make sure it's a reputable place, but that's kind of what agentic is. Well, what they're looking at here is making the entirety of the Windows operating system agentic AI. He even says in his video that in 2030 it will be as foreign for people to use their keyboard as it is for a Gen Alpha using DOS, is what he says in his video. And so think of a time that your computer, like using the keyboard and entering things on your keyboard, touching your mouse, these are foreign things to you. That's what their goal is, because the computer sees everything you see, it hears everything you hear, you talk to it as an agent, and then it feeds information back to you. That is really what they are looking at in scope of this. That vision can be extended to the entirety of the OS, is what they're saying here. Replacing the cursor with your voice instead of manually clicking buttons and menus to complete tasks. You just ask Copilot to get a task done for you. Well, that's a terrifying prospect if you've used Copilot. So that's really what they want to do. Of course, 2030 is 5 years away. And how are they doing on that original meme, which was that? Was that 10 years ago now? Was that like 15 years in the past? Was that 2015 when that thing first circulated by the World Economic Forum? It's 2030. You will own nothing and you will be happy. How are they doing? Well, they're trying to get rid of the cars and just get you using Uber and Lyft. They're trying to, they've gotten rid of a lot of the physical media. Fortunately, we're seeing some resurgence in that. Just get you everything in there. I was even watching Level 1 Tech's news program today, and Ryan's like, I just gave up. I don't own any music anymore. It's all just Spotify. Do you see Spotify's raising your prices now? Oh, and they want to lock you out if they think you're underage, or they want to verify your ID as well. Ryan, please go back to physical media media, my friend. Join us over here on the clean side. They will never take my Pink Floyd collection from me. I own it, and I will not give it you have to pry my Floyd from my cold, dead hands, But the reality is, they are doing pretty good. They've gotten us to the point where we don't buy movies. We just pay money endlessly to Netflix and hope that they keep the content we want to watch. We don't buy CDs. We just pump it all into Spotify. We're getting to the point where, cars is so expensive. We're getting to the point right now where houses are so expensive, so nobody owns their houses anymore. We are getting to that point where their goals are marching forward, and the only thing we can do is stand up and resist it. We need to buy physical media. We need to have our own collections of music and of movies. We need to own our books, not rely on Kindle and things like that, which you can do digitally. You can own your books digitally as long as you own the actual physical copy, like the digital copy that you can deploy to any form of e-reader you want to read it on. Digital is okay as long as it's not a licensed type digital or a subscribed type digital. But this is where they're going. And now with this next goal, Microsoft wants to take away your ability to own anything on your computer. Everything. It sees what you see. It hears what you hear. You interact with your voice. It is an agent to do the things you say to do, but you have no more agency yourself to get in there and do the work. It says, by looking beyond what has been publicly said by officials aware of a secret project going on internally that's been tasked with exploring the very topic, this isn't just high-level visionary stuff. Microsoft has already built a working prototype code that explores this very desktop UX paradigm shift. And so as they cram more and more AI into it, of course, they talk about OpenAI, Perplexity, and other popular AI bots will be confined to an app, but Microsoft wants to break out. I want to talk briefly about Perplexity. We'll cover this probably in the Weekly News Roundup. We'll put it somewhere in there, maybe under a quick lines. But Perplexity has been ignoring user agents and websites that say don't crawl it. If they find a website that tells Perplexity to not crawl their site, they simply deploy, random user agents and mimic something else to scrape the site anyway. Cloudflare has a fabulous article on it. Perplexity needs to be shut down. You need to respect the code of conduct from the internet. Yes, I said that. That's weird for me to say. But if a website says, hey, I don't want AI bots over here, keep your damn AI bots off the site. But Perplexity is doing some really frightening things we'll chat about at some point in time in the future. Now, what I thought was particularly interesting is the comment section in this was very nice. And so nearly every single comment on this is like, no, time to switch Linux. And this is Windows Central, guys. This is where all the Windows geeks come up. No thanks. I'm an old retired alumni of the company and cut my teeth on DOS Windows paradigm when I worked in personal OS development. Later, I left and spent most of my career working on BI systems that sent reports to the government for a global corp. I've seen what can get stored and reported. I have no desire for an AI or computer that can spy on everything. And then he goes on. This goes on more and more. But that's the thing. This sounds like every machine's got to have an NPU or every processor. He's not quite sure that this is going to be a technical possibility with the way AMD or Intel are looking at things right now. But this is the one that just doubts they can do that. Everyone else, I'm no Linux fan. Lately, I've been trying to set up Kubuntu environment with all my favorite apps working. When Microsoft finally goes too far, I'll be ready. Well, congratulations to you, Aaron Z. Kubuntu, good choice. I'd recommend trying Linux Mint personally, but hey, Kubuntu, great distro. Go for it. Let's see. I can already have my phone write messages for me, but there's a reason I'm still using a touchscreen keyboard over Smart Assistant to communicate with people. What Microsoft is describing sounded great a couple decades ago before we realized any powerful sci-fi AI that we had running in our house would be spying on us for whoever created us more than helping us. This is the direction they're moving towards. I'm done with Windows. I've waited too long for them. I've given them too long the chance to turn things around. only for them to double down on the mess. Even their own employees say they're ignoring the fundamentals of the OS and in their apps, focusing too much on what users don't even want. The video is horrible. Normally, Vision videos are inspirational and awe-striking. I still love the original Vision video, watching Surface previously iterations. Okay, let's see. Does he have more? But yeah, he was kind of terrified. And that video is a little frightening. It is a little dystopian. You watch that going, yeah, only in the mind of a corporate VP at Microsoft does this all sound like a good thing. I don't know. Why doesn't this surprise me? Windows is already an AI nightmare. Just makes more sense to dump this bloat and run Linux or Mac. Yikes. Not for me. I want nothing to do with AI. I use a Surface Pro 9 still running Windows 10. If I could find a Linux with a good touch capabilities, I would switch now. Linux with good touch capabilities. Believe it or not, Ubuntu would have good touch capabilities. Fedora probably is going to be very good at that. If you can find a distro like that. A lot of it, as much as I'm not a huge fan of GNOME, GNOME is an excellent desktop environment for touch. And so that's what I'd recommend looking at Holmes 56. People don't want AI. This will just drive users to Linux. Amen, brother. Amen. Amen on driving people to Linux. There you go. And yeah, it's true. A lot of people just don't want AI at this level. You know, many people are like, okay, I'll use a little bit of AI here and there to help with some basic tasks, but I don't want agentic AI doing everything. I don't want to turn on my computer to the sterilized environment. Copilot, run me the marketing report. If that's my job is not necessary, because I can write a script to tell Copilot to do the marketing report, and I can streamline that guy down, and I can have those reports sent right to me. And of course, now we'll be talking about like UBI or something instead. I don't know. That's universal basic income, if you're unfamiliar with that. You know, tax all the rich guys, the individual guys running these companies, enough money to be able to pay for all of the other louses that are now dependent slobs on their AI slop. Another cheeseburger, you know. When Windows lets AI into my life and takes over my Pooter, computer. Okay, gotcha. Poot, gotcha. Haven't seen that one. I will quit Windows. I avoid all things AI. I'll find a dumb Linux OS and live with my chosen negation of all things AI. I have a friend using ChatGPT, and she uses her Google login to access it. She asks me to give a summary of what it thought of her, and it was so scarily accurate to an in-depth degree that stopped her from using AI after that. Try it if you don't believe me. There you go. If you're addicted to ChatGPT, ask it what it thinks of you. See how accurate it is. This guy says, I've been involved with Windows since OS 2 became the base. All I can say now is the internals of the OS are being ignored. E.g., performance NVMe is nowhere near what the hardware can do. Copying folders, especially deep folders, is ridiculously slow. New functions, e.g., Windows Reset, don't even work as advertised, and they put your system at risk. So looks like the QA department has a lot of work to do, not AI. Microsoft still has QA. Yeah, that's a surprise for all of us. There's a lot more of these, but they all kind of run down into the same basic thread. No, we don't want AI. No, we don't want agentic systems. And if this is where the method is, I highly encourage you all to go ahead and switch to Linux. Of course, I recommend using Linux Mint if you are wanting to play around with Linux to get a start. It's just a nice, good, clean, easy system. Works very well. And this really is something that is a good operating system. It can do the vast majority of things that most people need to do this day and age. I'd highly encourage you to have a look at doing that. With that, guys, thank you for watching. Leave us a like and a comment down below. I'll leave you with a video here on a comprehensive review of Linux Mint so you can see what that's all about. Thanks for watching, and I hope that you enjoy switching to Linux.
When you think of a KDE Linux distro, there are probably two categories you think of. Firstly being the third-party distros, the ones you're most likely going to be running. Things like your Fedora KDE, Kubuntu, Manjaro, OpenSUSE, things like this, distros which ship KDE out of the box. The other category are the first-party distros, which, until recently, was one thing in the category, that being KDE Neon. This is the first-party KDE distro. This is maintained by the KDE project. And people do recommend it. People do talk about it occasionally. Some people do run it. But not that many, because whilst it does have up-to-date KDE Plasma packages and all of the dependencies needed to make those up-to-date things work, it is based on Ubuntu LTS. So that means when you start getting towards the end of a cycle, everything else on the distro is going to be very out of date. That includes things like your drivers, so running new hardware on it, if you don't want to go through the big hassle of trying to get drivers working like that, can be a mess. So, especially as gaming becomes more and more of a, valid and popular use case, it doesn't really get that much attention. And then if you either want to show off Linux or show off KDE, if you give them KDE Neon, they're going to start blaming a lot of the problems of an Ubuntu LTS space on KDE itself, even though the KDE part is entirely up to date.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and it's safe to say it's been a pretty wild week. I was looking at YouTube apparently rolling out an AI to verify if we are actually under or over the age of 18. When it comes to the internet, ladies and gentlemen, the past 7 days has really shown me that there's a lot that's changing. There's going to be a lot more showing your identification to access every part of the internet. That free, anonymous space that many people crave and love, that is slowly but surely dying out. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to look at YouTube here, where they were saying that starting August 13, 2025, so actually not that much time left, they'll be rolling out an age estimation model to determine if a US user is under the age of 18. So this will happen regardless of the birth date you've entered. And I'm sure there's plenty of YouTube accounts that are 99 years old, because I'm sure plenty of the young ones definitely set their age to 1900 when they were making their account, as many people back in the day did. So the model uses a variety of signals like YouTube activity and longevity of the account. If we determine you're under 18, you'll be notified. As always, you have the option to verify your age, and they ask you by giving a government ID, a selfie, or, God bless, a credit card. So they actually gave all the smorgasbord of verification options. So basically, if they determine a user is under 18, then the account becomes a teen account on YouTube, meaning that you get non-personalized ads. So for a lot of people that do make children's content, prepare to see your income dip pretty successfully down on this platform, because you really do need the personalized ads to make good money. Enabled digital well-being tools by default, like taking a break, showing reminders about privacy when uploading a video, minimizing recommendations of videos that could be problematic if viewed in repetition. So again, YouTube responded even further here, and they said, hey, if I watch Pokemon, Minecraft, anime, Roblox, no, actually that's for everyone. They're gonna use an age estimation model that looks at a lot of deep things, where, again, it's not just as simple as, hey, I felt nostalgic, now YouTube's treating me like a kid. And of course, no one is required to provide their ID to use YouTube. If our age estimation model determines you're under 18, you'll be notified. And if you believe it's incorrect, you have the option then to provide your ID, selfie, or a credit card. So yes, there is going to be age estimation coming, at least in the United States. And I can only imagine this will hit the entire world. Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kiddies from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here really quickly. So, obviously, I have been calling myself an engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer. Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught you guys about computer safety, cybersecurity, a lot of this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe it actually can be used, and people have learned from it, and I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that I do apologize. And I will denigrate myself to, I guess, programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll leave it at. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now, again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that. Now, again, that being said, if anything else comes out of this, whether there be some legal stuff, then I'll just let lawyers handle it and we'll call it at that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineered response that I had to give. And that being said, let's look even further into what's going on the other side of the world. So in the United Kingdom, when they launched the Online Safety Act, one of the ministers, one of the people on TV came out and started saying this about VPNs.
For everybody who's out there thinking of using VPNs, let me just say to you directly, verifying your age keeps a child safe, keeps children safe in our country. So let's just not try and find a way around. Just prove your age, make the internet safer for children, make it a better experience for everyone.
Dog, if I have to give my identification card to every single website and game and service, that is not a fun experience. That is actually so fucking frictioned and annoying that I don't want to deal with the internet. Now, it's funny that I looked at this and, I always kind of joked around and said, man, all these laws are probably getting passed by VPN lobbies, like they just want to get their stocks going up. But the thing about it is, obviously, the VPNs were never going to be an answer, okay? Because it even came out that apparently some of the people in the government had expense sheets that came out because they're public servants, that apparently they were paying for VPN subscriptions. So really, it's rules for thee, not for me, that kind of bullshit. And the thing about it is, obviously, with these laws being passed where they want to verify, actual people's identifications, VPNs are not going to be a tool that is going to be around much longer if these governments or these organizations are really gung-ho on taking away your privacy. Now, that doesn't mean that you should give up on VPNs. Like I've recommended, Mullvad VPN is a pretty great option. But even when it comes to things like YouTube, right? There was something that I saw floating around where apparently YouTube was blocking VPN usage. The internet is genuinely dead. I just got this for the first time. I live in the United Kingdom, so I don't want to submit ID. And of course, it all came up to this VPN proxy detected on YouTube. Now, I want to kind of, disarm this because I think it's actually misinformation. So, for instance, on YouTube, there is a channel known as Formula One. And over here, you can see that I've loaded up a 8-minute race highlight. Now, why isn't this loading up necessarily? Well, it's because if I fire up a VPN really quickly, for instance, like NordVPN, connect, God forbid, the United Kingdom, and I hit enter, you can see that, again, if I refresh this page, this video will give that little error VPN proxy detected. You might have seen it for a half second, but that's just kind of how it works. So why is this video not working? Well, it's because they've actually restricted the Formula One channel, from my understanding, from reaching to generally every part of the world, right? There are actual licensing limitations. You can actually see this happen with movies, sporting events, just YouTube TV in general. Now, the thing about VPN services is that they're not necessarily services that, are undetectable. If you go to Netflix with a, VPN that, doesn't do its effort to hide itself well, then all Netflix has to do, or really any service has to do, is find out where that VPN is hosted and just block those servers. So for instance, if I connect through NordVPN, for instance, you can see that in the United Kingdom, it's given me the ISP Cloudvider Limited. Now, if you look up Cloudvider Limited is a website that provides VPSs in 11 global locations. So the thing is, if you're somebody that wants to host your own VPN, and I made videos like this in the past with MutaVPN and MutaVPN 2, you can actually rent a VPS really anywhere in the world. So for instance, this is a company called Vulture, which also provides VPSs. Now, I could buy one from Bangalore all the way to Los Angeles. So if I buy a VPS service from here, what I can do is basically get access to a really easy script. Actually, let me pull one up here. Now this is WireGuard install, which is a VPN installer. It's a bash script that you can run in these VPSs, and as long as you have access to these supported distributions, which I'm sure the VPS very much has, you can basically install this and connect to your VPS server and use it as a VPN. Now, is it going to be hiding your information or storing it anonymously? Probably not. And if you want to get a really good VPN, I can always recommend Mullvad VPN as an option. But that's just generally how this stuff works. The reason I went to that extent to tell you is that, again, when it comes to these companies like NordVPN, they're probably got deals with a bunch of these companies to host servers all over the world. And if companies like Netflix or YouTube or, well, the government really want to deal with stopping these VPNs, they can have an entire crack team of people looking at the top VPNs and just basically playing a game of whack-a-mole with these organizations. And I'm sure the VPN companies will obviously always fight back. But that's kind of the, unfortunate grim future. Now, when it comes to the age verification stuff, there's plenty of ways to do it. The most common way right now, apparently, are either the selfies or just sending a photo of your government ID. Now, there's been a lot of people joking that maybe they can go to sites like Fake Name Generator, make an entire fake name, and then maybe edit that onto a digital ID, send that into an organization, and maybe, just maybe, use it to bypass. There's been a lot of people using Gmod and Death Stranding 2 to bypass the facial verification, so much like when I was a kid, there were always interesting ways to engineer your way out of blocks. Back when I was a kid, sites like Newgrounds and Miniclips were blocked on the school computers. But all it took us was to just go to a console or the command prompt. Back in the days of like Windows, 98 XP, we would just basically go in, type in ping newgrounds.com. And as long as you can get the idea of like this IP address, you could get past the school's word list and succeed. Now, one thing that I want to say is, obviously, for a lot of these organizations, like, the Online Safety Act, the bills, rather, there are equivalent bills that are slowly being pushed in the United States. For instance, one of the bills coming from Representative, this is just highlighted by her, children should never have access to adult content online. This is something everyone should agree on. I don't think kids should be watching pornography. That's not a shocking thing. But she wants to pass the Screen Act. So I looked up the Screen Act in the United States, and obviously the Screen Act is there to require certain interactive computer services to adopt and operate technology verification measures. So this is brought forward by Senator Mike Lee in Utah, a Republican here, who I thought they were always for like small government, but not really, I guess. Requirement for age verification measures. So for instance, use a technology verification measure, which again, the government isn't providing, so use a third-party one. Provide that requiring a user to confirm that the user is not a minor shall not be sufficient to satisfy the requirements of Section A. Make publicly available the verification process, and then subject the IP addresses, including known VPN addresses. So what I just talked about earlier, when governments can have crack teams to knock down which IPs actually belong to a VPN company, and which ones are just like your standard, VPS. These are all things that the government is trying to enable just to, take away the little bit of privacy that you have left. Now, I think this is really stupid from a, just freedom perspective, right? Now, if you're somebody that is so worried about the children having access to adult content on the internet, I'm going to show you a quick tip right here, okay? So inside your terminal or command shell or whatever, right? If I just type in ipadder, it'll be like ipconfig for like Windows people. But if you look up here, you can see that my local IP is 127.0.0.1. And then, of course, the Ethernet IP I have is 192.168.50.206, okay? Now, this is, again, my local IP address. This is just my computer's IP address in my home network. So here's a fun thing you can do. If you take this digit, if you take 192.168.50 and then 0.1, or whatever your gateway IP is, you get access to your actual router settings. So inside my router settings, you can see that, it's pretty much a standard page, and most routers have these kind of setting screens. Now, I'm saying most routers because I'm trying to make sure that, in case somebody has like a router from like fucking back in the Paleolithic era, you might not have things like parental controls. But on this router, I actually do have parental controls. So you go over your parental controls, you pick which device little Timmy's iPad or laptop is on, you select that, and you can block all kinds of stuff. So for adult content, I can get rid of all of the adult content. But let's say, I don't want little Timmy to look at that disgusting porn, but maybe the illegal and violent stuff is okay. Untick that. You can even block instant messaging, P2P and file transfer, and streaming and entertainment. If you want to block the entire internet and give them the whole boy in the bubble experience, slap that plus sign and hit apply, and you should be pretty good and gravy. If you have a cell phone, for instance, like an Android phone or an iPhone, these have OS-level parental controls. So any of these politicians going out about think of the fucking children. Yeah, if you really care about the children, you can just do the blocks yourself, okay? You don't need to destroy the internet access for the entire fucking world. That's just stupid. Now, what's interesting too is I saw another internet commentator called Asmongold. You might have heard of him. He had one take that, I really do want to talk about because I don't agree with this take, but I can see exactly what Asmongold is trying to kind of, come to, right? Like some sort of a compromise. We can't all be anonymous on the internet, but there's got to be some way for us to keep our privacy. So Asmongold says internet real ID is inevitable, especially for social media. And that I don't even disagree with. I think ever since we've had unfederated access since the dawn of the internet, a lot of these big companies, a lot of governments just don't like humans talking to each other and discussing whatever it is that they want to. Now, I think that the whole internet laws that are being passed is not just for censorship. Obviously, we can all joke about, stupid stuff getting removed, but it really seems like a lot of the stuff that's getting taken away is people's access to looking at things like protests, for instance, war crimes internationally that are happening, that are getting blocked out of feeds because of acts like this. We're looking at situations where the wording is so broad that apparently, and I don't know if this is entirely true, but according to individuals who were reading the Online Safety Act and Ofcom, that apparently just violence between characters like SpongeBob may be enough to necessitate some level of block, okay? So it's weird that more stuff is getting blocked that shouldn't have been blocked under this act in general. Things like if sites like Wikipedia are having an issue with the law, then the law has problems being written. And I think it's mostly about censorship. But this is where I think it's also about surveillance and control of the kind of information that you are supposed to see. So he says, denying this, it might feel good, but it is a lie, and you know it. What isn't inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. I mean, it isn't inevitable, but I think we all should completely fight back. The best solution is a government authentication token that only verifies info. So in his mind, and this kind of makes sense from a technical perspective, imagine having a blockchain where I guess the government gives you a digital ID. You show the government your ID, they give you a digital token or an NFT or whatever you want to call it as, and say, okay, this token number is 200, and 200 is verified to be Mudahar's ID in the United States or whatever country. So anytime I go to a website, they'll ask me for that token, and that token just verifies that my information is valid by the government, which I think is cool. But what it also means is that that token now signals me as somebody that they can basically catalog exactly what website I myself go to. So one guy says, we're not going to comply, period. And Zach goes, you've already complied by providing your information to your internet service provider, which is true. If you want to get access to the internet, I got to pay a substantial amount of cash to whatever ISP is in Canada to get access to the internet. And through that, they know who I am because I pay for the internet. They got my name, they got my fucking ID, they've got my credit check, they got everything. If the government subpoenas your data, your ISP will give it to them. And that's true. In fact, that goes true for most tech companies. I think Ethan Klein right now is suing a bunch of content creators for violating his copyrights. And so he went to Reddit. He's actually suing a bunch of these snark Reddits. So in fact, he's went to Reddit with a court order that grants him access to people's information. And even if you think you can delete your information, you thought you were completely anonymous, you never really are. Maybe you gave an email that links you to something that can connect you to your actual ID. You never really are truly anonymous. That's the thing, okay? That's the grim reality of the world we're in. In a way, Asmongold is right. For 99% of users, anonymity is a mirage. But the thing is, these kind of tokens, these kind of verifications serve as surveillance because there are ways to have your privacy on the internet. Now, I've talked about this plenty of times, But to give you guys an idea, there are something known as browser fingerprints. So even if your IP address belongs to a bunch of people in your house, your browser fingerprints or your device fingerprints are actually very unique. So under Google Chrome, which is one of the most used browsers, I went to the EFF's Cover Your Tracks website. And through this, it generated a report that shows you just how much information is leaking out. So for instance, just off of this, my time zone offset and my time zone are available. So let's say you use a VPN and you connect through France with a time zone of Toronto. That's probably going to sketch any system out. But then you can go down even further, and of course, there's more information that comes out. These systems can figure out your GPU, for instance. My RTX 4090 comes through the WebGL, vendor, and renderer. Even going down the road, you can identify languages, the operating system of a user, even down to how many CPU cores that they have on their system. All of this builds a fingerprint that can be used to track you from site to site. And the thing is, for any government agency or any person that wants to truly spy on somebody, they're probably going to look at that stuff in coordination with IP addresses and other identifiers. But if you're somebody that wants your anonymity, nothing stops you from going with privacy-focused browsers, a burner computer, and accessing through like libraries, through like public mall Wi-Fi points, through any like publicly accessible Wi-Fi. And sure, even if the government wanted to hunt you down, I'm sure they can dig up like fucking camera footage and see who's connecting at what specific time a request is made. But there are ways to get your anonymity. This, if implemented, basically gets rid of any anonymity you could ever hope to achieve. And it puts a lot of liabilities on every website. There's not going to be a lot of websites that'll have the ability to afford this level of verification across the board. For a lot of the mainstream stuff like YouTube, for a lot of stuff like Twitter or anything, they'll be able to weather it because they're big billion-dollar companies. But not the small site. They'll have to deny access for people all over the world just to keep the lights on or the servers running. There's a video game that I played back in the day called Deus Ex, and still very much recently played. Great game, by the way. It came out in the year 2000, and I feel like it predicted the world of the internet that we're in. Inside the game, towards the middle section, you get to meet this AI called Morpheus, and it tells you all about actually spying on individuals. So listen to this clip and let me know how it actually relates to the world we're in.
How about a report on yourself?
I was a prototype for Echelon 4. My instructions are to amuse visitors with information about themselves.
I don't see anything amusing about spying on people.
Human beings feel pleasure when they are watched. I've recorded their smiles as I tell them who they are.
Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance.
The need to be observed and understood was once satisfied by God. Now, we can implement the same functionality with data mining algorithms.
Electronic surveillance hardly inspires reverence. Perhaps fear and obedience, but not reverence.
God and the gods were apparitions of observation, judgment, and punishment. Other sentiments toward them were secondary.
No one will ever worship a software entity peering at them through a camera.
The human organism always worships. First, it was the gods. Then it was fame, the observation and judgment of others. Next, it will be the self-aware systems you have built to realize truly omnipresent observation and judgment.
You underestimate humankind's love of freedom.
The individual desires judgment. Without that desire, the cohesion of groups is impossible. And so is civilization.
People say Metal Gear Solid predicted the future, but I would say that Deus Ex predicted the future in a much more intensive way, especially back for a game that came out in fucking 2000, bro. That is insanity. But speaking of even video games, right? You think it stops at the social media websites? Well, video games themselves are social media services. And one of the things that I saw floating around was apparently even GTA Online might need access to some level of verification. So what you're seeing over here is code that has been dug up by leakers. So here you can see age assurance QR. So they're scanning QR codes to verify your age to access Grand Theft Auto Online. So again, through accessing your service, right, they're going to allow access to the internet. They're going to either allow you to access the store in the game or Snapmatic. Things like phone messages or text chats may be disabled because, again, these are social services. We're trying to limit children from having access to online stuff, right? We're trying to limit people. And a more visual style of this is something like this. So when you go to a video game, it'll be like, hey buddy, verify your age. And the thing is, if every video game starts asking me to do this, then I'm just not going to fucking play many online video games, okay? Maybe I might play GTA Online 2 because I have a serious interest in it. I mean, me and Amaru and Kyle will probably play the shit out of it when it comes out. But when it comes to many online games, that level of friction and weirdness is probably going to be enough for me to say, I'll just stick to the single player stuff, okay? That's where I'm going to be at. But even when it comes to some of the goofiest shit like this, man, it's not even just the law you have to worry about. It's also the private company. So for instance, right here, ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard of, this company known as MasterCard or Visa, the guys that were responsible for, I would say, limiting the kind of content that we got to experience on platforms like Steam, itch.io, so on and so forth. There was a whole video game set of bans. And even MasterCard came out and said, hey, MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required transaction of any activity on game creator sites and platforms, contrary to the allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate controls to ensure MasterCard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. And that's true. If you actually look up the MasterCard merchant rules, 5.12.7, which are illegal or brand damaging transactions, the corporation considers any of these to be a violation. So the sale or offer of a sale of a product other than in full compliance with the law, then applicable to the acquirer, issuer, merchant, cardholder, cards, or corporation, the sale of a product or service, including an image, which is patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value, as such as, by way of example and not limitation, image of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor. Now, I'm going to leave it right over here, because my next point is talking about one of the more disgusting things that I've seen this week. Now, you might not know, this is a, online influencer known as Lil Tay. You've probably seen her, she was a kid back years ago. She was on TikTok flexing around, and she was a kid. She literally is just a kid back then. But, she turned 18. Now, when she turned 18, apparently she started an OnlyFans account as soon as she turned 18. And if you look at the bio, it was freshly 18. So it's disgusting. Please don't tell my mom. My 18th birthday exclusives shot at 12:01 a.m. So these were shot at 12:01 a.m. Only available for 24 hours. Come see me in my birthday suits, replying to all DMs. So immediately when I look at this, I'm just like, kind of, motherfuckers really be spawn camping somebody to turn 18 until they pay money to see their OnlyFans. And she made money on OnlyFans. Apparently it was a tune of $1 million. Now, I have to imagine, if these were shot at such a time, the only way that these could still be up on OnlyFans is, I would imagine that they proved to OnlyFans that they shot these things on her birthday, which hopefully happened a few weeks ago, and then these images were posted, and it's just kind of like a goofy meme here, even though it's I'm liberally using the term goofy meme here. But it could literally be that maybe these images were taken before she was 18. She posted them up for OnlyFans, and people use her credit cards to get access. Now, the thing is why aren't Visa and MasterCard shitting on OnlyFans? Why are they going after the video games and not a real possible situation like this? So actually, if you go back to, just 2021, OnlyFans did actually have that brief period where they banned sexual content, or they were trying to step away from it. And obviously people were mad because they built their whole website on being a pretty big platform for individuals who wanted to share lewd stuff. So according to OnlyFans CEO Tim Stokely, he blamed banks like the Bank of New York Mellon for the company's decision. In an interview, Stokely said Mellon blocked payments from OnlyFans to its creators and accused banking giant JP Morgan of shutting down accounts of sex workers. So OnlyFans' decisions to attribute its policy change to payment companies reflects how the financial sector has increasingly leaned against sites that share adult content. But again, it shows that even if the government ain't involved, Visa and MasterCard will do the fight for censorship, at least in the private sector. And when it comes to other adult video games, even on platforms like Zoom, they actually had to talk about this. GOG even sent me during the week, like some of the guys over from Good Old Games, they ran like a 48-hour campaign to distribute a bunch of video games that were being delisted because they were adult video game experiences. And even when it came to Zoom, one email to Gaming on Linux said that one of the teams said that they expect the delisting situation to expand further, and in their discussions, titles like Grand Theft Auto, Duke Nukem, and Saints Row were described as potentially at risk. Now, I assume they mean games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3, and if those games are getting delisted, possibly, then imagine a game set in modern-day Miami, where drugs, booze, and violence can be a pretty normal affair. Wait, I don't have to imagine. That's just fucking GTA 6. Imagine how bad things can get when video games that are played by hopefully 18 and plus individuals, 17 plus individuals, is just getting regulated to ever-loving hell. Not by the government, actually, because it doesn't violate any legal law, but by the fucking payment processor. Look, I think the future of the internet is honestly a bit cooked. And there's really no other way there's almost no way around it. Like, I don't want to use the term black pill, but it really is a black pilling situation. You know, when I grew up, the internet was this last bastion of true freedom. And I really feel like in the last 2 months max, there has been a concerted effort to take away all of that freedom overnight, basically. And I don't know what else there is that anybody can do other than just kind of sit there and enjoy the time that we have left. You know, that's really all that one can do. And sure, you can use technologies like Tor, you can use plenty of technologies that still provide anonymity, but who's to say down the road that the government's not going to start saying that, hey, if you start using Tor, only criminals use the dark web, we might want to restrict access to that. Or if you're using tools like, I don't know, Cleopatra to encrypt messages and send them to people, like if you want to send encrypted messages like this message, you can encrypt it into a, encrypted file, you can send that to your friends, and as long as they have your keys, they can decrypt your message. You can send this message over like actual public services, and governments won't be able to decrypt. A lot of the stuff that gives us privacy and communication between people, that's slowly being taken away. And that is by far some of the most black-pilling shit that I've actually ever seen. But, it really makes me wonder, like, what my future is, too. And I'm not saying this is like I'm retiring right now, but I wouldn't honestly say expect a video even tomorrow, or expect a video every day. Because my time on the internet, me personally, given changes in my life when it comes to my personal stuff, I would rather dedicate my time to family first and most importantly. At this point, I've made my money, I've made my time, made my mark on the internet. It is what it is. And I would rather focus on, a part of life that isn't being invaded by the government and it isn't being invaded by third-party companies. Because I really do think that what we're seeing now is just sort of the start. I think the internet is going to look a lot different in a year. And I think that literally is going to happen because I think a lot of people that have been used to the anonymity, that have been used to it being one of the last frontiers, that's going to be taken away. So for me, I don't know. I'm not to ever completely retire off the internet, but, if I decide to fucking log off and focus on fucking other things and ventures that aren't being invaded by the government and third parties, that might be where I want to go down to, okay? That might just be the future. Honestly, like this whole, like, what's been going on with governments and everything has been one of the most mind-boggling things to see. And I feel like everyone wants to fight back, and everyone is trying to fight back. But every time people do try to fight back, these agencies, these governments just say, yeah, we heard you, we also just don't care. Like, hundreds of thousands of people signed that one petition about repealing the Online Safety Act, and the government basically told you to get fucked. Like, that's basically the whole story. So yeah, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
We got back from our trip, Mark, about a week ago. We're just about over the jet lag. So, Ireland was great. Really, really good, really good. Great fun indeed. Not as good as the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man was the highlight of the trip, it always is. But Ireland was pretty good. So, yeah, it's, as I said, grey old morning here in Brisbane. Grey old morning. I'll put it back to you, Peter, and you can pass it back round to Mark, G7RPG, and the group that came forward to you.
Okay, all Carl Peter, nice to meet you for the first time there, Glenn. I'm a fairly regular on the hub here. I don't think I've heard you before, but obviously Mark knows you, so I'll just quickly make a comment to Mark and I'll pass it on to him. Mark, just for your information, you mentioned about Sosa. I don't know if you've been listening much, but this 145 Alive thing's coming round again. It's 27th of next month on a Saturday. I don't know whether that's something that might interest you, but that's Les and I are planning to go back to our previous locations, both for SOTA as... actually, I don't know if that's his site, is a SOTA site, but mine certainly is. But anyway, that's another story, but maybe something that might interest you. It was amazing fun. I really enjoyed it. I've never done it before, and I don't know whether or not anybody does it over on the Isle of Man, but I highly recommend it, even if you only do it once. Anyway, with that, I'm sorry I'm not trying to pivot the conversation. I know you probably want to have a chat to Glenn. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mark. I'll pass it over to you, make any comment on that, and then I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll just back out of here, and I'll just be you again, G7RPG. Nice to speak to you, Mark. Good evening.
Hello there. The name here is James. From the East Midlands in England. It's night time here, quarter to 11 now at night. Just sitting up on the radios. I've got no work tomorrow. Thought it'd be fun to see who's on here from other parts of the world that I don't usually get to chat to. Now back to you from Mike 7 Golf Yankee Papa.
She's got the hair dryer going upstairs, having just left the shower. I haven't got any hair, as Glenn will testify. So I feel she's giving me a signal by doing that. So I'm not going to hang around too long anyway. But on the 145 Alive, I'm really buoyed actually to hear that it's going to be coming around again. I think it was just sort of twice a year, sort of 6 monthly, wasn't it, before? And it's a little bit hit and miss as to whether I can actually make those dates. It sounds a little bit grandiose, but I would like to have taken part. But it's always at the weekend, and the last one fell off on a major shooting competition, so it kind of like got by the wayside a little bit. 27th of next month, that is September, which means it's going to be the day after I get back from the Lyric Islands, which is good because there's not much happening on 2 meters out there in the ocean. I think it's a little bit too far. But yeah, no, it sounds good. Thanks for the heads up there, Peter. I'll try and pencil that in the proverbial calendar in a moment. But that'll be good. No, it'll be nice actually. Hopefully there'll be a bit of a lift on. You never know, because it's getting into the sort of autumnal times, and sometimes we do get a little bit of a bonus lift, maybe a little bit of tropo, who knows. Quick tip, hang on.
Yeah, Rick, you're losing some packets in your transmission. How are you going into the repeater? It covers huge amounts of land. Can you imagine the smoke would carry quite a long way, the size of some of those fires that we see on the news over here. Back to you, Barry. W9NDU from M7GYP.
With me for an inordinately long time, whereas sort of 10 years, 15 years previous, I'd be over it in 2 days, but now it sort of like lingers for about a fortnight or 3 weeks. So I'm not alone in that boat. That's good. What was the highlights of Ireland? Obviously the fabulous Isle of Man, incomparable. But what did you get up to over on the Emerald Isle? Did you have a good time there? Was it visiting friends and family, or did you rock off a couple of the famous sites there, I wonder? I'm going to hang around for one more, guys, and then I'm going to go and check out and go through the sheep bit. So, round to you, Glenn. VK4DU. This is GD5MUP with a group.
I just figured I'd come up here upstairs, grab my 168, turn it on, see what I can catch on this frequency. I haven't been on for at least a week. I did take it with me during last weekend when I was in the hospital. I had 2 arteries in my heart that had 95% blockage. So they blew that out, put a stent in, 2 of them. So maybe I'll live a little bit longer to use my radios. Hi.
No one near as good as the old man, but it was a bit overcast now again. But we had a chocolate days, it was really good. And the highlights of Cove was pretty good down south, and Dublin and Belfast were great. I really enjoyed them. Did the Titanic thing at Belfast, which was good. But the old man, of course, was a highlight for me. Just happened to be there at the right time for the Southern 100 and the pits. We didn't meet up after I did the pits of the Southern 100. It was absolutely fantastic. Wandering around, very close to the top 3 or 4 riders was fantastic stuff. And of course, as you well know, the classics coming up, so that'll be good. I think I can stream it, so I'll stream it. I'm not a great fan of older bikes. I like modern technology, but yeah, it's very a bit horsey too. I'm recovering from cold that I picked up on the airplane. It really made the jet lag great. And I was talking about jet lag. I've been to the UK more than 30 times, and I found the jet lag is getting worse.
Remember all the call signs if I don't have them written down. So having a hotspot laptop connected to the hotspot when I'm at home, it's brilliant for keeping track of things, isn't it? And yeah, great to be able to talk around the world without any problems, without having to worry about propagation. I enjoy my HF work, but it is nice sometimes just to pick up a radio that works. Anyway, back to you, W9MVU from M7GYP.
Oh dear. But anyway, nice to speak to you, Glenn. And I was talking to myself actually. I've got a massive map on the wall here. It's huge. It's almost the size of one of the walls, and I can stand in front of it and just look at the world. And I just found myself chuckling to myself, thinking on the subject of big islands and small islands. Good night to good morning to the big island from the medium size island, and with that over to the small island. 27 RPG. Good night all.
Contain battery that you can charge up. So it's pretty nice. Back over to you.
Probably attached to some of the ideas. I've tried everything to keep it in that car. I mean, down anything where it don't eventually work its way out.
Where he couldn't find the Falkland Islands on a map. I guess it was during the Falklands War, sort of semi-topical. And then he found it was under a crumb from the sandwich. But yeah, that's us down here on the rock. So yeah, afraid so. Anyway, yeah, Glenn, nice to hear that, mate. I wonder if you managed to meet up with my nephew Tui at the tent. We helped put up the tent for the Southern 100, and he manned it all by himself. He was a great lad, putting in a lot of hours, and quite a lot of work. I'm sort of running through the filter here what I can actually tell you over the air, and disappointingly not a lot. I'm going to gloss over that one. And I'll just say, no worries. Nice to hear you guys. Peter, nice to hear you as well. And Glenn for buzzing in. Who doesn't love a three-way, from half. And with that, the hairdryer has ceased upstairs, which is my signal to shut up and get through the sheet dip. So really nice to hear you guys. Glenn, I'll pass it over to you. I'll leave you with the proverbial frequency. Nice to hear you both. VK4 to you. GD5 MUP saying good morning, I think. Yeah, fine, man. And fine trader. Thanks very much for the chat, guys. All the best for now. Cheers. G5 MPP and C7 RPG, the K40U in Brisbane's clear.
Send you a photo of what this Pi Zero is. Picture of what the open spot looks like. Do not want to take it apart, but it is made with 3D printing. Don't have one of those yet. Maybe one day. James, I'm going to say 73s to you. Like I said, I'm good in QRZ. You want to send me your information or QSL card, I'm more than glad to send you one back. 73s to you. I'll let somebody else come in here. I got my wife going to probably call me in about 5 minutes since she's on her way home from work. So I'll say 73s to you, and we'll look forward to talking to you again. M7. What was it? Y? No. MJY? No. I goofed that up. W9MDU.
Yeah, M7GYP returning. Yeah, I'm on QRZ.com, and I always log my calls on here, so yeah, I'm logging on, and I'll send you over my details. But yeah, it's been lovely speaking to you, and yeah, hope to catch up with you another time down the log. So yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll speak to you again. Best let me freeze to you. Goodbye.
73s to you, my friend. W9NDU, M7YJM, W9NDU. I don't know if I goofed that up again or not. Still having problems remembering call signs at my old age. Take care, 73s, W9NDU.
73, my friend. Goodbye.
GI7ISX, this is GE7RPG.
E7RPG, GI7SX. Hi, Peter. Just see the link. Didn't realize you could see who was on the link at the same time. Maybe you can tell me how that's achieved. Wait.
Don't worry, no, I just saw your call sign flash up on the dashboard on the HubNet website. I thought, oh, I know that is. So it's nice to hear another G7 as well. We're few and far between nowadays. But anyway, nice to hear you. I'm just waving the hands, really. So sorry to pounce on you. Back to you from G7 RPG.
Yeah, I used to have that type of drink. Oh, no problem, Peter. I wasn't getting any way, shape, or form. I'm quite pleased to put chat to you. The box arrived today, and came out straight away, and you perfectly set it up for me. And within minutes, I made my first contact. So, absolutely delighted. So, it's actually a big thank you from me. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And for any of the people to speak to yourself, I really appreciate that. No, I might be asked to apologise if I came across the wrong way. I didn't see it on the dashboard, how you see that. I'm just interested in this. I know you're not, I appreciate you're not stalking me, but I didn't see that, so if you could just sort of let me see if the micro health control panel, is that the one we're talking about? Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, that's just a little to get you started thing, really. There's some curated links there to hook you into some well-known all-star groups, around the world. The HubNet dashboard, the HubNet monitor thing, which is just specifically for HubNet. And I just saw your node pop up on the list of connected nodes. So that's where it was from. It's not on your dashboard because that's obviously specific to you. It was just for the HubNet one. So I was only tongue in cheek, by the way. I was only joking. But I know how it can seem sometimes. How does I'm here? I'm just here with you. But no, great to hear you. And it's always nice to hear a success story. Certainly from initial contact to getting a knock at the door from the postman. So I'm curious actually. Something I didn't realise at the time, and I didn't realise that there was a customs duty. I know Southern Ireland's different. And forgive me if I'm saying anything out of line here, because I know there's differences between the UK and Ireland. But when I was filling out the form to send it to you, I got like a barrage of questions about customs, and I didn't think that there was any customs between England and Northern Ireland. So I wasn't expecting that. I know I've had to do it to Southern Ireland because that's kind of like in the European thing and what have you. Sorry if I'm sounding vague, but because I don't really know what I'm talking about. But anyway, back to you.
I don't know what status you try again. I don't know, Peter. It's very simple. Northern Ireland is part of the UK, okay, but as regards EU, we are, for goods, we are part of the single market of the EU. That's how I look at around the fact that Northern Ireland shares a land border with the Republic of Ireland. So the only way when Brexit is being implemented, they can around that is to have Northern Ireland for goods being in the single market. So that just gives us hopefully some advantages over the rest of TV. So that's why I'm surprised we don't. As far as I know. Good job, Tom. Your entire call time there coming in really staticky. Double
Uh, kind of. I still none the wiser. But anyway, I remember not so long ago actually. Do you know if I said Ricky, does that ring any bells with you? I'm trying to think what his call sign is. MI5DAW. Do you know who I mean?
Negative on that, Peter. Negative. That doesn't ring a bell at all. So I'm not sure who we're discussing there. Is there some issue that is similar to the issue you have with me? Go ahead.
No, well, no, it's just no, not at all. No, no problem. It was just I think he's fairly close to you, or in the same part of the world anyway. And I sent him some stuff. It was a few months ago now, but I didn't have any of this issue. And I know I sent stuff to Southern Ireland before, to EI, whatever the call signs are there. And the whole customs and import duty and all that kind of tough stuff. It's frustrating. It's annoying. I don't really, because I'm not really into. I'm not an economist or somebody who really understands history and borders and trade and all that kind of tough stuff. You just want to post something to somebody, and But anyway, it did. Well, it didn't. It wasn't a problem. I just wasn't expecting it because I've not seen it before. Because I've sent quite a few boxes to your part of the world, and I've never seen this customs thing before. And I was worried because I thought that you might have to pay like import duty. So there was all these forms to fill out about what it was, what was inside the box, and what its value was, and all this kind of type stuff. And then. So I decided to make it a very low value, just in case you were going to get this, all of a sudden get this, bill. Normally, certainly over here, somebody sends you something from, say, the USA, for instance. It doesn't get delivered to you. It gets held in customs. Then you get a letter to say an item has arrived that needs duty paying on it, and there's a fee for that. And then you have to pay whatever it is on top of that, and of course it takes time and, it just frustrates all the effort. But anyway, thankfully, it didn't go like that. Anyway, back to you, Stephen.
She's been there for over 30 years now. She's been married. And she has all these forms to fill out, even long before the Brexit sort of thing happened. She's a number of forms to fill out for anything getting sent from the US, and you have to describe what's in the package, this is the value, and all that sort of stuff. And she's obviously had to continue on. She sends me bits and pieces from time to time. But yeah, it's a little bit messy for whatever reason, It's a pity you have to do all that. But today, there's nothing. I was out this morning, and when I arrived back about 12 o'clock, the parcel was sitting at the porch at the front door, so there was no issues. And it was Royal Mail, so I was able to track the package because you had given me the tracking number, so I can see all that. So it arrived very quickly. I think your base is at Portsmouth. So yeah. So I much appreciate it, and I know I probably put you a little with the actual trouble because I was only able to communicate the additional information you needed to get the other night. So it's much appreciated. I say, open the box to right, just plug the little parcel flag, and issue self-be supplied with all DC plans which simplifies matters. Power supply, and it's no problem for anyone who really wants to see the number of power supply. So we're going to say within minutes, if it's up running, then you'd already take off the program. As soon as it was ever needed to be changed again, it's really a matter of getting to the, I think there's an SD card plugged in somewhere, I assume into the Raspberry Pi, and that would change parameters such as Wi-Fi networks, all kinds of stuff. Go ahead, Peter.
2, Echo 0, ROJ. This is Kilo Charlie 3, Victor Tango Foxtrot.
Yeah, the terms. It's difficult to describe. The call, there is, as far as All-Star is concerned, there aren't really any call signs. It's just node numbers. It doesn't really know about call signs, but the call sign is associated with the node number. So, say for instance, you went and did your RSGB Morse test, and you found yourself with a G4 call sign. All you need to do is log into the All-Star link and just change it there, and then you'll appear on everybody's dashboards or screens or the All-Star link stuff as the GI4. For instance, I beg your pardon. GI4. Yeah. Regarding the Wi-Fi stuff, because it's the Linux operating system, and so you're kind of within that system. What I've done is I've put the Wi-Fi, the WPA supplicant file, which basically contains the SSID and the pre-shared key, as a plain text file, and it's in on the file system. There's two partitions. One is the Linux file system, which you can't really fiddle around with, but there's another one which is a FAT file system, which you can read in a Windows PC. So if you take the card out, put it into a card reader, plug it into a Windows PC, you'll see a file called wifi.txt, and in that file is the Wi-Fi details. And if you need to change it, you can just edit that file in like Notepad or whatever, save it, put the card back into the Raspberry Pi, and when it boots up, it will boot up onto that new network. Back to you, Stephen.
KI7, KEU, KC3, VTF. Hello, Brian. My name is Mike. Mike near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I hear you fine. Good signal. No loss at all. No packet. No loss. No loss whatsoever. Great signal. Back to you.
Those are the notes, and over about 9-10 minutes, but YouTube, but it was very good. I know you've speeded it up obviously on time constraints, but I was very impressed by it. And whatever many boxes you've made, Peter, right? You must make quite a few. Because quite a few people chat about them on YouTube, especially what they call that guy, Andreas, and the rest of it. M0FX base. He updates a lot of things, and he certainly works on your node and advertises or places a lot of amateurs like myself to investigate it if nothing else. And he certainly got me interested in it. But yeah, I was very impressed by your video, must admit, that has all made. And in terms of different language, I had difficulty setting up a while ago that little MMDBM hotspot, but eventually got it okay. So I know roughly you're something something can fly up and down for your Wi-Fi details, etc. But that's as far as I was able to do over a period of about a month or so. It took me asking a few questions. So I'm not going to delve into yours at all, but well done on that. And enjoyed the video. And just wanted, just out of curiosity, how many boxes do you think it made over a period of time? Go ahead.
A homemade antenna, a ladder wire antenna I built at a club with UHF, VHF outside, and basically I'm working 20 watts with this, and I think it's a local repeater, so I do have a hotspot, but I always find it more fun to use the radio and not use the hotspot.
There was no Raspberry Pi. Well, as such, there was no All-Star that ran on a Raspberry Pi, because it only worked, the first one it worked on was the Raspberry Pi 2. So 2013 or something, that's when I first got involved with All-Star. And then back then you had to run it on an Intel PC, I think there was an old HP laptop or something originally ran it on. And that's when I first discovered All-Star. And that was only by listening to an American system called the WIN system, which is the Western Intertie Network, which is like a California-based network of repeaters, on IRLP, which is a similar system to All-Star. And they kept saying, yeah, I'm on, I'm right, I've switched the repeater over to All-Star now. And I was thinking, what is this All-Star thing they keep talking about? And then I found it. Took me a while to work out how to use it, and but to the rest is history. So yeah, quite a few. But I don't have an exact number, but hundreds anyway. And Australia, and there's quite a few in the USA and Canada, mostly English-speaking places. Although there are some in Spain and Belgium, on the map here, a couple in Germany, not so many. I did send one to the Netherlands once, but never heard from him actually. I think he came on once, and then was never heard from him again. But anyway, back to you.
Hello, this is a 1 BBB equals 1 Bravo Delta Victor. Europe, America 1 Bravo Delta Victor, quartet. I could add to my, I could add more repeaters to my DMR radio here, but I choose not to because my Anytone 868 works with the hotspot, and the hotspot's got all the repeaters, all the call groups I want. So if I want to call to somebody else, if it's not on the radio, I just switch to my Anytone.
I went to the test back in 75 was the test, and that was the days when it was a written test. And it was just perfectly 17 at the time. Didn't pass the unfortunately. I passed the theory bit, but that was stuff down on the regulations bit, which was the part A of the test, and then the second part was the theory bit. So, but at that time I was studying at ONC, organizers to get that good theory, and their questions were relatively straightforward. It was more difficult test, but I passed the later test, it was multiple choice. Before all the foundation lines and all that sort of stuff. I'm sorry, I'm going off the subject here. So, the question really was, is this a hobby for you, or is this something like a full-time employment type of thing? Go ahead.
G7RPG. I did mine in 91, by the way. Rather annoyingly, me and a mate of mine we used to chat on CB, decided we wanted to do it, and I'd always been really keen on doing it. My uncle, my mum's older brother, he's a G3, and that was really the seed was sown there back in the 80s, really. And I used to have a scanner and CBs and all that kind of stuff back then, when it was in its heyday. And I used to listen to all the radio hams chatting in the local repeater, and I think I was just so wanted it, But, things moved on, and then 91, I think I did it. I went to, there was a local college that were running it as evening classes, and I think I went to about 4 evening classes, and I've been literally reading all the books and cramming everything I could work out. And somebody told me, said, you don't have to, you can just go and sit the exam. You don't have to do the whole course. And so me and a mate of mine, we booked to do the exam in London at the City and Guilds. And so we both decided we were going to do it, and got on the train, went up there, sat around for ages, and it was a dingy place actually. I don't know if it's still there. Does the City and Guilds still exist? I don't know. But anyway, you went in the classroom, done the thing, waited, must be about 2-3 weeks, and then through the letterbox dropped the forms. I can't tell you how excited I was. It was straight down to the post office, filled out the application form, send it off to the radio licensing centre in Bristol. About as soon as I posted it, about 20 minutes later, I think I was on the phone to him and said, just checking if you'd received my application. Oh no, it was a couple of days later, and they went, oh yeah, we've got that. Would you like to know what your call sign is? And I went, oh yes, please. And they said, oh, it's G7RPG, but you can't use it until you've got the documents. I went, yeah, okay, that's fine. Literally phone down, straight upstairs, radio on, and off we go. Yeah, well, it's a labour of love. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Back to you, Stephen.
Eco Alpha 1, Hotel Whiskey X-Ray. Usted copia a la Kilo Charlie 2, Romeo Xilófono Víctor, adelante.
Or the eyesight anymore to do all the soldering. I know, I think you use some, they call surface mount components for resistors or something like that. I could certainly if I wouldn't be able to handle that any further anymore. So, that's a long ago built. If you remember the Dayton B70 Morse shooter, well, some guy updated that in recent times, and that was maybe 3-4 years ago, tried to go wireless, and he used more modern components to reproduce the longer we got Dayton little Morse code trainer, and he updated it using modern components. I struggled along with that because it's been a fine soldering involved. Well, actually working okay. The beauty of it was he was able to trace the original case. I don't know if you're familiar with the Dayton D70 Morse trainer. But you trace the original case and sent away to Germany for it, which feels a little bit expensive. But I both that has worked okay. Nothing like a handle Morse at all. And I've tried it a number of times, it doesn't work for me. But it's a fine soldering that I just can't hack that at all anymore. I just don't think any improved technique can. Of course, most of the DIY stuff nowadays involves, sort of very fine soldering. I mean, I go back to the days of the 70s of teeth kits, which were great. I don't know whether you remember those or not. They came proper kit with a proper, really detailed instruction manual, and it was really, really great. I built a number of bits and pieces in training. Well, I consider my Corning 40, which is a TV, it is a 12-inch black and white TV that you can build from scratch, and also with a shortwave receiver, so it was a great piece of that. But yeah, the whole piece completely changed, but it's good to see somebody like yourself still involved in it, still producing this stuff, and people like yourself benefit from it, and so you take all the hard work out of it, where the rest is pretty a matter of, say, supplying you with the details, and a few days later, box arrives, you plug it in, and away you go. So, once again, I see all of that. But, say the hobby's changed totally from when I first understood the 70s. But, yeah, so that was really good. I'm glad there's people like yourself still around, Peter, able to do that. And it's certainly appreciated from this end. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming back to. Even it still works, I guess it.
G7RPG. Well, amateur radios, benefited tremendously. And putting the sort of, the big manufacturers to one side for a moment. But there's many people been involved with amateur radio that have contributed a huge amount of their time and expertise to it. I mean, I'm really just standing on the shoulders of giants, really. I mean, if you think of like Jonathan Naylor, for instance, G4KLX, I mean, his contribution really to digital communications from packet radio back in the day to MMDVM, which I think most people normally call Pi-Star, but it's really Jonathan's and others, but he's really the main key mover really in all this stuff. And all the guys that developed the original MMDVM stuff and Echolink and all those kind of things that we all just take for granted and use, really. And I know there's kind of been a shift nowadays, kind of moving away from talking over the airwaves to talking over the internet, which of course is what we're doing. But still keeping the RF bit alive. I mean, the All-Star thing really is just for connecting repeaters together. That was really what it was intended for. But now, of course, you can, you have your own personal repeater effectively, or hotspot or whatever. I was just thinking back actually to when I first got licensed. Probably the same for you. The 2 meter band was buzzing. I mean, I won't say you'd find it difficult to find a channel, but it would be fairly busy. I think you'd be tuning up and down the band, trying to find the right channel, and you'd perhaps go back to the call-in channel and do a CQ call and say, QSY 145575, because by the time you got there, there'd be somebody already there. So, and there was all these, I remember when I was back in the 80s, late 80s, before I was licensed, I had a scanner and used to listen to the local repeater. It'd be non-stop. And there'd be all the husband and wife duos were licensed, and they'd go, hello dear, right, I'm 5 minutes from home, okay, I'll put the kettle on. Of course, it's all gone now. But anyway, very fond memories of that, Stephen, but I think we better put out of here.
How you cut?
You got a little bit more oomph on this one than the other ones. You said that's the Linux HD1?
I'll have a go on that, but pleasure to speak to you, and look forward to the next time. G7RPG, back to you.
Yeah, yes, finally, I really enjoyed the chat. You say we're better for kids and that other people have a chance to have a bit of a chat together. So, yeah, it's brave to talk. It's unbelievable that a couple of bucks today and WP this evening. So it's really appreciated, and enjoy every single minute of it. And thanks again for the chat. Hopefully we get chats sometime again. And as you say, we'll see each other maybe further down the log, as they say. So thanks for the chat, Peter. Really appreciate it. And 7-3. Yeah, 7-6 now too.
I'm just hanging out on the side.
Okay, so to Alex, Ken, very good. I heard you coming in, so I stay here to listen. Thank you for your input. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my mic, or either the mic or my Anytone. The CJ1, it's a little bit, I don't know, temperamental for the most part. I copy you guys, both of you, John and Ken. I copy you loud and clear. Let me give it back to...
Roger, about 4 ranks.
Man, Ken was way down. So we'll see what happens the next time you come around if you're going to put that speaker mic on.
Yeah, I'm going to change to the mic, the M1KE, which usually works much nicer. And I have Ken perfect. Ken was very, very good. No problem at all. But again, it's kind of tricky with the digital things. The CJ1 still did not prove himself, to my opinion. But again, that's me. Let's see if Ken is back.
Yeah, and that was going when I first got licensed in '82. But no, it's always been separate from normally it was its own rally.
Ben, so the last thing I heard, the transmission prior to your last was, you said, so I'm going to turn it over to, and then I got nothing but R2D2. And it was that way for all three. But just something right there at the end of your transmission, for some reason, it's just breaking up on that CJ1. And you know what? So I looked into that mic a little bit, and I was going to pull the trigger on it this weekend. Then I realized it doesn't have a dual VFO. And I think that would be a really cool device if I could have one VFO on DMR and the other one on D-Star. I think that would be fantastic. But it doesn't have that capability. So I'm going to hold off on getting one. John, I'll turn it over to you. KF41.
The smell. when you go inside these things, because I think they were made out of canvas, this white canvas stuff. They had them at, they had the same thing at Longley as well. And there's a kind of certain smell when you go inside. It's kind of musty, BO, if it's been raining or anything, the canvas would kind of leach out this smell. But of course, that's all gone now. Sorry to drag it down to that level, but I wonder if that rings any bells with you. Back to you.
To do a VFO, it's very easy. You just get 2 mics and you keep one on the MR and one on this stuff. I'm about to do this. I'm about to get a second mic because of the same reason. I want to have one on the MR and one on this stuff. So that's the solution. Anyway, okay, folks, I'm going to go switch to my mic. I'll be back in a few minutes, and hopefully we can talk. Let me give it to Ken.
Yeah, very good there, Ben. Yeah, well, I already have 2 radios if I want to carry around 2 radios or have 2 radios turned on. Right, I could do that right now with multiple different hotspots and have my ID52 on D-Star and have the Anytone on DMR or the GD88 on DMR. The idea is to only have one radio, yet to have it on both modes. I don't think it exists. I don't think there's a radio out there that can do it. At least if there is, I'm not aware of it. I'm going to go on the side and wait for Ben to come back, John. I'm sorry you're having a hard time hearing me. I don't know why. I'm hearing both of you guys just fine as well. This is Kilo Fox 4 at Oscar Mike, Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, folks, I will be back in a few minutes. I was just kidding Ken about getting 2 mics. No, I'm going to do it for that very specific reason. I want to monitor Vista and DMR, and I like the mic. I prefer using the mic than using my ICOM ID50, just because, I don't know, I like the mic. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Give me a few break. I'll give it to
I'm up at Curlyville.
Or I hit my destination. But yeah, no, normally I have to crank up on Ben's other radios. Right now I only 50%. But yeah, I can. It's just normally there's been a lot more weaker stations that I have to crank it up unless it's a different vehicle. I'm using the same setup I normally use. It's just like Ben's definitely coming in. His gain on that radio is definitely a lot more than his M1KE. But I just make adjustments on my side. And since I was testing with Ben, that's why they crank it up on yours, but comparing the two. But I still have no breakup from Ben at all.
The first radio rally I went to, my uncle, my mum's older brother, he took me to my first radio rally. It was 1988, I believe it or not. I was 14 years old, and it was at the HMS Mercury, which was an old naval radio station just north of Portsmouth, not too far away from Butser Hill, actually. You may well know it. And it was a massive rally, and I remember it just got, I mean, I know what it is now, although I do remember it from the day. It was a Yaesu FT790, the 77's version of the 290, with a little helical antenna on it. And I guess it was, the very modern radio. And it had a shoulder strap on it, and you let me carry it around the rally. It had a kind of coily mic lead on it that clips on the thing, and I remember kind of walking around with this thing, feeling very, very important, and a bit cheeky as it was, but the local repeater that everybody used back then, which was GB3PH, Portsdown Hill, or Pathetic Heap, I think a lot of people used to call it. But it was an amazing signal. Of course, you could hear it from all over the place, even on a handheld indoors. But I remember just every now and again when he wasn't watching, I'd just key the mic to get the beep beep back from the repeater. But anyway, I've learned I don't do that anymore. Ron. Rod, sorry. Quickly change the subject momentarily. Are you aware about the 145 Alive event on the 27th of September? Back to you.
This is a little bit too early. I think it's my fault. I need to pay attention to it. But again, John, I didn't edge the microphone. I changed from the CJ1 to the M1KE. Let me give it to Ken.
I'm still awake, so I might still get it. I certainly have it in time for the event. But now I think I've got not an HF aerial that didn't work as HF aerial anymore, which is about 30 years old. So I've basically took the tuning thing off the bottom and put a clamp for the vertical because I said he was going to make it this day. It was quite expensive in this day. So Watson makes it W50. I would say it was quite expensive in this day. And as for Mr. Mercury, my dad spent 2 tours there. He's a radio operator. And we had we're in the Marine Quarters at 17. Well, Peter Ezzy.
And you say my audio is good, so I'm going to leave my mic gain alone as it is. But you could probably turn that mic gain up a notch or two on the mic, because you're definitely not obnoxious, not yet, from an audio quality. John?
And I want it for the cash and all this stuff. And I don't remember my uncle. I think there was. I mean, just very sketchy memories from it. As you can imagine, there were obviously certain things I remember. But I ended up with 3 bags full. They were like a bin bag, but they were clear plastic, and they were just literally just full of just components. Those like die-cast aluminium boxes, transformers, all kinds of stuff. Really, it was just loads and loads of components. I mean, for me, this stuff was like gold. I mean, I've always been fascinated with gadgets, and everything I had.
Hello, Nick here. I wanted to do a video on bandwidths. It started out as just like bandwidths, but you have to talk about passband, bandwidth, and then throw in a little bit about passband tuning, PBT, see that up there? Other radios might call it IF shift. Like the Kenwood 5000 has a button called IF shift. Same thing as passband tuning. Although ICOM, who coined the name, I don't know if it's copyrighted, but passband tuning, it's dual passband tuning because they give you two knobs to control it. And we'll see that when we start messing around with it. But anyway, let's start by talking about, and this is going to be remedial for a lot of you guys. And also remember, I am not an expert. This is my take on this, my opinion on this, and I guarantee you I will use some wrong terminology. But please correct me where you think I'm wrong. And I love learning. So anyway, let's start with what's a passband? So a passband is the size of the area on the frequency spectrum that your radio is focused in with according to your current bandwidth selection. Now, on inexpensive AM radios, portables and stuff, you don't have an option. You get one choice for a bandwidth, and it's what they give you. And most of the time, if it's like that, they don't even tell you what size it is. All right? But if you get into a sophisticated radio, some of them, you can set your own bandwidths anywhere from like 0 up to 9 or 10 kilohertz bandwidth. All right? So, but anyway, so the pass band is, imagine it as a shell around. So if that's the carrier, the center carrier, see where the red line is? That's where we're tuned. Okay. That's the center carrier. Then you got all this other stuff going on around here. The pass band is how much of this we're taking in with the current bandwidth filter we're using. So if you look up here, where my pointer is, you see that upside down kind of trapezoidal shape with the line through the middle of it? So that line through the middle is the center carrier. And then that trapezoidal upside down umbrella, kind of a U, upside down U kind of, that is the pass band. So it's like this. It's taking in everything between the two lines, my finger and the pointer. So if you got a narrow pass band, you're taking in this much. You got a wide pass band, you're taking in this much. General rule of thumb, the wider the pass band, the more fidelity, because you're going to get every single bit of all of this stuff which comprises the signal. As you narrow down the pass band, you start clipping the edges of this. You'll start losing a little fidelity, but you will also start eliminating extraneous noises and things like that that hurt your listening process. Usually mostly be able to tell those on. So this is a relatively strong signal. This clock is right. So it's 2:39 p.m. in Dallas, Texas, Central Time.
Par les inondations a reporté la réouverture des écoles alors que la population se prépare à l'arrivée du tout premier cyclone.
All right. Sounds great. Strong signal. Here's what bandwidth and passband, the relationship. So if I push and hold on my filter button, I get a sub menu here about how to adjust my filters. So this is filter 1 is highlighted, showing the characteristics. So this orange upside down U corresponds to this up here. This is the passband. And see how it says minus 4,500, and then there's no minus here, so it assumes plus. So you got 4,500 plus, 4,500 minus. Add those two together and equals 9,000. That's 9,000 hertz, which is the same as 9 kilohertz. Hence, 9.0 kilohertz. That's your passband, okay? If I go to filter 2, boom, my passband is +3 and -3 for a total of 6 kilohertz. Filter 3, 4 kilohertz, plus and -2. The bandwidth, the higher end of this, the lower one's bandwidth, but if the filter's brick walls, which means that it's not an absolute bulletproof vest, that end, and then this end, so you can shift the bottom, that one. And so what that does is you can move your passband away from if there's a stronger signal over here, see that? It's shifting that end, and then this end, so you can shift the bottom, that one. And so what that does is you can move your passband away from if there's a stronger signal over here, you can move your passband away from the stronger signal. All right? And then IF shift is the same thing. And so you're still listening to the signal that you're on. In this case, it says 18087, but that's immaterial. But the passband tuning or IF shift allows you to move that to get away from powerful signal so that it sounds better. So we were on 17,530, I believe. There it is. Okay. Bandwidth 4 kilohertz. I wouldn't hear anything. That's not the case. 6, 7, ball at you. But with this super strong filter up. See that?
Otherwise, I can't do anything about it for the time being. I have a headset microphone here, which should be working fine. So, what about a report over back to you?
Delta Mike 8, Echo Tango. Yes, no, I can read you okay, there's no problems. I can hear you well and good from Kitzbühel in Germany. It's great to make the contact with you. I don't know if I've spoken to you before on QRZ and 91, I'm not
yeah,
sure.
it was very similar in the fact that when we award a prototype, we're going to award...
Okay, George, Delta Mike 8, Echo Tango. I just have one question for you. That picture of yourself and the background, where is that? And it's a nice looking picture, George. DM8, Echo Tango. This is the Go ahead, my friend.
Well, open ethical test, that is not in Germany, that's indeed in the United States of America, and I took boldest travel around the western part of the United States, and that is the edge of the Grand Canyon there, but you see me wearing an Australian hat. So, everything's fine, and yeah, I can really recommend to travel the world wherever, whenever, and that's what we do as ham radio operators, indeed. So, Wilfred, thanks for the question, and that's the answer. Back to you.
DMA Echo Tango. No, it's a nice photo, and it's really nice of you to have it up there with you and the Australian hat. Very good. You look after yourself, and God bless you. And thank you for coming back to my call anyway. We'll catch up with you again, I'm sure, on either on DMR or 91, whichever goes. Cheers, George. God bless. DM8 Echo Tango. This is VK2GAP signing, and I'll say to you, I'll be the same. Cheers, George.
Yeah, but the Magnetic Echo Tango in another 73, God bless, and over and out.
KR4FLN listening.
W4BRI. W4 Bravo Romeo India. Brian in Dunn, NC, in the USA. Are you still on this one? Go ahead, Brian.
KR4FLN listening.
The last station that came on, 91. Please make your order a bit longer and slower, and we should be able to make contact with you. Okay? And I thought it was Whiskey 4, Bravo Romeo India, but the call was too short, and we missed your call. So come back again, please. This is VK2GAT in Sydney, Australia.
XS, Kilo Golf 4, Foxtrot X-Ray Sierra, monitoring.
Okay, we've got you, mate. Kilo Romeo 4, Foxtrot Lima, November, in Union City, Tennessee. Good to hear you, my friend. You're putting in a good signal into New South Wales and Sydney. So it's great of you coming back to the call after I called you back. And I wasn't sure because I missed the call. It was too short. But everything's okay, Freddie. Good to hear you, my friend. KR4FLN. This is VK2GAT in Sydney, Australia. And we're coming back to you into Union City, Tennessee. Go ahead, Freddie.
Appreciate the warm welcome, Mr. Alfred. I'm kind of new. I'm starting out. I'm sitting out here at my home place on a little Anytone 878 UVT 2 handheld with a Nagoya G joint.
KR4 FLN Freddie in Union City. It seems that you've dropped out. I don't know whether it was you or it must have been the system. So, Freddie, I'll put it back to you. Nice to make the contact with you. And you look after yourself and God bless, Freddie. KR4 FLN. This is VK2GAT in Sydney, Australia. And I am using the Retabis handheld, the RT3S, and the radio report is 5 and 9. And that is the situation, and the name is Alfred. And the time at the moment here is 9:48 Friday morning. And the code is VK2GAT. Okay, Freddie, put it back to you for the final, my friend. KR4FLN. This is VK2GAT in Sydney, Australia. Go ahead, Freddie.
Copy that, VK2GAP. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Alfred. I hope we get to talk more, my friend. Appreciate the contact. 73s. God bless. Stay safe. We're clear. Back to you.
Okay, Freddie. KR4FLN. So you are just setting up your radio. I tell you what, it sounds very good, and you're booming into here, so it's good audio, and it's very good to come through the system, and you're doing a good job too, Freddie. Here's my friend, KR4FLN, 7 degrees, and God bless. We will hope to catch up with you again on trueis.com. Cheers, Freddie. KR4FLN, BK2GAP. Cheers.
Listening.
Delta X-ray 4, Sierra Charlie, India. Standby on top group 91. Delta X-ray 4, Sierra Charlie, India. Listening on top group 91. Delta X-ray 4, Sierra Charlie, India. Listening on top group 91.
This is double 21 VM. Whiskey 1 Victor Mike listening.
Delta X-ray 4, Sierra Charlie, India. Listening on top group 91.
W1YEE. This is W1VM. You're calling in loud and clear. Loud and clear from upstate New York.
Yeah, coming loud and clear as well. I just set up this iStar hotspot. Shasta tonight. My first contact. Thank you very much.
W6OLA, Washington State. W6OLA, Washington State. Listening.
This is K2GAB from Sydney, Australia. And if there is anyone wishing to have a talk, I'm ready for you, my friend. So, this is VK2GAB in Sydney, Australia. Go ahead. Whiskey 9, Whiskey Alpha Sierra. This is VK2GAB in Sydney, Australia. Calling.
Call was VK2GAP. This is Whiskey 9, Whiskey Alpha Sierra, Kurt, Kilo, India, Romeo, Kilo, in Illinois.
Okay, Whiskey 9, Whiskey Alpha Sierra, Kirk. Nice to hear you from Washington, Illinois. It's great to make the contact with you. Thank you very much for coming back to my call, okay? And I think I have spoken before, Kirk. I'm not 100% sure, but with the call of 91 and also the QRZ situation, that you can talk to anyone around the world. That's what I was just saying to a friend of mine. I spoke to him on my little laptop. So, W91, W9UAS, this is VK2GAB. Go ahead, Kirk.
Roger, Roger. I think I've got you in the logbook. It's been a while since we've spoke. Good to hear that you're doing well. It's evening time here in Washington, Illinois. It's a nice, warm day, and we're just enjoying the evening and just had supper. And yeah, it's been a good day. So back to you. This W9WAS.
Okay, good. W9WAS. It's good to make the contact with you, even if I have spoken to you before. And all it is just a bit of talking, and I enjoy it, and so did you. You know, that's what you have a license for. So, good on you, Kirk. It's great to make the contact with you, okay? And I will log you into QRZ.com as well. So, WAS, this is VK2GAB in Sydney, signing with you, Kirk. And hope everything is okay your end, and have a pleasant day and a pleasant week. Cheers for now. It is a little bit overcast here at the moment, Kirk. W9 WAS VK2GAB in Sydney, Australia, and I will log you into QRZ.com, my friend. Cheers to you, Kirk.
GAG with W9WAS. I appreciate the QSO, and I will confirm that QRZ. You see it come through. I'm not close to the computer right now, so but yeah, thank you for the chat, and I hope you have a wonderful day and better tomorrow, and cheers to you. This is W9WAS. I'll leave that off to the side, and thank you for the use.
Okay, good. Okay, W9WAS. This is VK2GAB. Mate, it's been my pleasure to talk to you, okay? I really enjoy this hobby, and I've made so many friends all over the world, too. Okay. 7 my friend. W9WAS. This is a 2GAB signing. 7 Kirk, and God bless, and look after yourself. Cheers, mate.
Cheers to you as well, and thank you. And 73 W9WAS.
3 Bravo Lima Romeo. Anybody out there tonight?
Lima Romeo Queen, Michael, in Edgemere Terrace in Washington, New Jersey. This is VK2GAP in Sydney, Australia.
I'm doing well. I'm located in Newton, Massachusetts. I'm going through a high-star hotspot.
Hey, located in Northeast Philadelphia right now.
Queen, Michael, in Washington, New Jersey. This is VK2GAP, and it will be nice to meet you, Michael. KD2LRG, LRQ, KD2LRQ, VKGAP in Sydney, Australia. And I say good morning to you.
Okay, well, you're coming loud and clear on my end here. Again, I'm in Massachusetts, going through a hotspot. Thank you very much for getting back to me over the second of this hotspot. Just put it together, just configured it this evening.
Thing I noticed on DMR is like constant signal checks are good because it keeps you up to date on packet loss and stuff like that. So I appreciate the signal check.
Yeah, no worries. You have a great evening. 73s. Whiskey 1, Yankee Echo Echo.
You as well, man. Stay safe up there in Mass. 73, KD3, VOR, clear and monitor.
Yo Yankee 4 Romeo Golf, 100 USA.
This is Kilo Foxtrot 8 Delta Echo Juliet, KF8 DEJ. My name's here Brian, monitoring.
Can anybody copy? This is Kilo 7, Romeo Alpha Norway, listening 91.
K7 RAN, this is Mike 6, Michael Facku. Good evening.
Fox Strat 8, Delta Echo Juliet. The name here is Brian.
And there was an English station out there too. I just setting up DroidStar on a little device and just wanted to make sure it worked. First, let me pick up that station in England since he was first. That Mike Zero station. Can you come back real quick? This is Kilo 7 Romeo Alpha November. The name is Randy, and I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Very good evening. From the United Kingdom there. Name this way is Mike India Kilo Echo. And the call sign is Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo. Very good evening, and thank you very much for calling me. Just noticed a slight issue on this side where it says your name is Randy with a question mark. So you might need to log into your digital auto ID there and maybe see if there's any sort of faults or whether that's looking right, or maybe someone's just built this code plug with confusion around your name there. I'm not quite sure. From Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, nice to meet you. I am Southwest United Kingdom in the city of Bath. Back to you.
From Kilo 7 Romeo Alpha November. Yes, it comes up as, you're right, it comes up as Justin. My middle name is Randall, and I've always gone by Randy. So, yeah, I answer to Randy, but it's yours. That thing comes up as Justin every time. So I'm sure that's what came up for you. Well, Mike, thank you. Let me let you go and say hello to Brian if he's still there real quick. Thank you for coming back to me. Mike's 0 and Mike Golf Echo, or was it Mike 6 Mike Golf Echo? Sorry about that. This is Kilo 7 Romeo Alpha Norway. Thank you again, Mike.
Loud and clear.
6. Unfortunately, I'm in a foundation license holder here. There's 3 levels: foundation, intermediate, and full. Mike 6 is a foundation, and Mike 0 is a full license holder. Anyway, I'll allow you to pass that back. Apologies for jumping in. If the other gentleman would like to go ahead, please. For Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, now back to standby.
W1VM, Kilo Yankee 4 on your goal. Clear on your file. 73.
Bonjour, on va faire du personnel. Alex qui l'a dit nous, il fait me parler mal sous moun. Alors, parce que moi, il parlait de Merlot. Il parle pas la même. Non, moi, je vais gagner le noir, parce qu'on fatigue terrible. Après ça, il dit, et, voilà, c'est ça. Moi, je ne microphone pas. Alex, là, en fait, pour transmettre net alcoolique, et bien, on n'est pas au même. Alex, transmettre net, et bel signal sans audio. Avec aucune modulation du tout. Seulement, moi, qui la transmettre à bel signal. Anyways, et Alex, je me passe au micro, je m'apprête à boire pour rentrer la plan. Et mal géré, au moins, je m'apprête à bonne dans l'église là. Je me quitte au même avec ce boulot continué. Je vais le mettre de ce côté-là. Pour n'être pas dit, est-ce que je t'apprenne que je vais faire qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Bien longtemps, ma fatigue à la fatigue comme ça. Et qui est bon, parce que vous avez bien dormi. Sur l'église, aïe. Mais j'ai eu pour le groupe NTMTV. I'm going to run out of noise in my face.
Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, M6, Mike Golf Echo. This is VK2JB in Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, from Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, Australia. Very good evening. From the United Kingdom. I don't really have a clue what that guy just said before you, so I don't really know what what we said. So I don't know if it was passed to me or what. So I'm just going to go back to you anyway. How are you? My name's Mike India Kilo Echo, located southwest United Kingdom in the city of Bath. Back to you there, VK. Apologies, I'll catch it next time.
W7JPF on USA, listening.
Okay, Mike.
K4HT, up 38, mobile.
EP, this is KF8DEJ. The name here is Brian. How you doing?
Victor Kilo Station, you've dropped. I'm not sure if you're aware, but you've dropped out. Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, Victor Kilo.
Calling VK2GAP. This is KF8DEJ. Name here is Brian. You copy?
Can you please stand by? I am getting in touch with Mike 6 MGE, if he's still there. If not, you can pick it up anyway. So, M6 MGE, are you able to pick it up? This is VK2 GAP in Sydney, Australia.
VK2. Call sign, sorry, I missed the last, but yes, unfortunately, my friend, you dropped out on your last transmission. Therefore, other people tried to call you, etc., because they couldn't, because you dropped out. We only heard the first word. Would you like to try and go again with your previous over? Maybe tell me where you're from. That'd be really, well, I know where you're from in Australia. Maybe tell me a little bit about where you're from. Back to you from Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, Victor Kilo 2, Golf Alpha Papa.
Okay, Mike, M6 MGE. This is VK2GAP, and the name is Alf or Alfred from Sydney, Australia, and I am in contact with you, Mike, and you are from Bath in England. And as I said to you, I did have some relatives in Bath, but they both passed away, I think, anyway. So M6MGE, VK2GAP, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo, returning to Victor Kilo 2, Golf Alpha Papa. Al, good evening, Al. I'm sorry to hear the loss of your family. I'm terribly sorry to hear the people that you know in Bath that has passed away there. Yeah, so it's very sad. Well, working conditions this way is running an anyplane 578. It's brand new to me. And I've just tried a couple of QSOs and things, and yeah, I've been enjoying it. Enjoying it really much. Maybe we could log a QSO, is that okay, on QRZ? I would like to get a couple of confirmed contacts. Al, I'm not sure how long you've been on here, but is there like a second channel we can move to, or does it not work like that? How can we continue our conversation without taking up the worldwide talk group? Even though I do sit back and like to listen personally. Back to you, Al. From Mike 6, Mike Golf Echo.
This is Kilo Juliet 5, Lima Mike City. That is Kilo Juliet 5, Lima Mike Zulu, KJ5 LMC. I am just currently testing. I have my repeater down. Okay. Now I have to fall back up on. It's good fun. Yeah, it's really good. Just got it back out, testing it. Yeah, I just hope that if there's anyone out there, that they can hear me loud and clear on if there's anyone. I think it's working good. I'm seeing the indication light on MRTX. Yeah. Lights like those, they're lighting up and they're letting me know. Yeah. Everything is working consistent. There are no problems so far. At least not on my end, I think. Hopefully someone out there is able to hear me. Anyway, this is Kilo Juliet 5. Lima Mike Zulu, just testing.
Lima Mike Zulu, this is K5RCQ. You're loud and clear. Well, actually, you're not loud and clear. You're kind of quiet, actually, but you're coming through.
Roger that. K5 RCQ. Hopefully I got that down. They're coming in pretty loud and clear too. Okay, yeah, I might sound a little quiet. Hopefully this is a bit better. Just talk away from the mic to prevent any, just any noises like just battles and stuff like that. I just try to prevent that by talking to the side of the mic, but maybe I should talk louder. You are coming in loud and clear, but I could hear you.
Interference. I have some PA monitors in the room with me, and they're getting interference from my walkie-talkie. Yeah. Anyway, the name here is Christian. I think I saw your name when it come across. If I'm not mistaken, was it Tom, I believe?
Okay, Brian. KFA DEJ. Brian from Livonia in Michigan. This is VK2GAB. Good on you, and thanks for coming back to the call as well, too, Brian. I hope you are well in Livonia in Michigan. This is VK2GAB in Sydney, Australia. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm looking pretty ominous, I guess. Are you heading that way or back home?
Yeah, thanks for getting back with me there, VK2GAP. This is KF8DEJ. And yeah, my home office or home QTH is in Livonia, but I'm currently vacationing on the west side of Michigan, off the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan, enjoying some time on the radio here. And I saw your call sign pop up, and I thought that looked familiar, so I looked it up on QRZ, and yeah, we did talk back middle of June. So I just wanted to say hello again, and hope all is well with you, and just wanted to say hi. So with that, I can say 73 to you and enjoy your day, and we'll talk soon. This is KF8DEJ back to VK2GAP. I'll be clear.
I think, well, yeah, I don't think I'm using 5 stars. WPSD maybe, but I'm just using an MMDVM hotspot. That's what they call it, but WPSD, it might be compatible with that. Probably is. It's working, but they just call it an MMDVM, but yeah. I'm not, yeah, it's probably WPSD if I had to guess. Not 5 stars. Anyway, yeah, I'm just testing that repeater, like I said. Nickel under $5, NU5G. His name's Steve, and then Dave in FreeDMC. They were both they both helped me get onto the repeater, and they just gave it to me, and I was really surprised. But I don't think that it runs. I think it's only compatible with the VPFD. Yeah, but it's working really well. I'm just listening, and I haven't been on for such a long time, so I sure have a lot of tape. Anyway, so what's yours?
Cattle, black cows running down this like road, just scared, and so I just felt kind of sorry for them. They don't know what's going on. But that was like an hour or so ago, and it keeps us updated on this app, which is kind of annoying. I turned my ringer off on my phone, so it was dinging every 5 minutes. But yeah, keep an eye on it. It's, like you said, don't wind. It's just going straight up in the air, so that's a godsend right there. I think, the biggest problem with all of our fires last year was the wind. Obviously, if we didn't have winds like that, it would have never had the same outcome. So this is your Friday. That's great. Good to hear. Back to you.
Repeater that's connected to a DMR connection of some sort as well. Do you know the difference?
All right. So it's nice to make the contact with you, and great to be able to talk with that distance that we have between us, Brian. So 7 degrees, my friend, and we wish you all the best of 7 degrees, and God bless. Look after yourself, and we'll catch up with you again. And yes, I know about the Great Lakes there, because I used to have a girlfriend in that area of the Great Lakes. So 7 degrees with you. KFA DJ, VK2GAP, signing, 7 degrees.
I have been looking at getting maybe YAVAPI, though that would be pretty nice. This repeater is pretty bulky. It's just a Dell computer. There's nothing high. Like, what I mean is there's nothing high powered that a repeater needs to have. It's just a Dell. The Dell is pretty big. So yeah, I have been looking at setting up a hotspot. I think it would be some few advantages than a repeater. Yeah, just had a repeater. It's on the desk. Probably weighed about 10 pounds. With the computer, of course. But yeah, it's working good.
That changed, and we decided to, play more radio and not so much what's going on with the process system, I suppose. I mean, we hear updates all the time, right? But yeah, that was something we used to do, and I don't know when that changed, probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Mike Alpha Romeo India Oscar didn't show up on your dashboard or your radio. And we are hailing you from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. So wet Calgary, Alberta, Canada at 13 degrees Charlie. Current time of 6:31 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I don't believe we made a QSO before, Brian, and I thought I would give you a quick hello from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. What say you, sir?
And I thought, oh no, I can't. Well, I could do it if there's an HF bridge that goes to the analog, because I just did an analog the whole night. Anyway, a lot of fun. I mean, we were going to cancel it a while back, maybe a year or so ago, and people said, no, we want that. So, okay, I'm kind of stuck with it. And if anybody wants to give it a shot for net control, it's fun. I enjoy it very, very much, and it's only once a month. All right, Kevin, have a great weekend. Say hello to Lula, and you guys have some fun. I guess she still has school. Oh, no, maybe she's out of school. That's even better. All right, have a good weekend for sure. Maybe we'll hear you on the air later. W6CJX, Bob and Camarillo, 81 degrees, and if anybody cares.
There's a little blue light in there. It's basically duct taped all up. And I have to be careful when I assemble the repeater. You have to push the cable in just a specific amount to get it to work. I have struggled with it a few times, but got the hang of it now. Yeah, definitely going to look into that. I've heard about the Raspberry Pis. They're very...
Like CDD and mobile and Marco.
And also the Edmonton Oilers, which have managed to lose to the Florida Panthers for 2 years in a row in the finals. I think we've lost a chance to get the Stanley Cup back. I don't think we're ever going to get that back. It looked real promising in the last 2 years, but that's the end of it. Well, enjoy your campfire, sir. I'm hoping that the mosquitoes are not bothering you too much. And although I'm sure the smoke will probably keep them away from the campfire. I will log us into the QRZ, sir, and it does sound like you're doing that as well, so should be no problem. Thank you, Brian, for taking my call, sir, and we'll look forward to doing it again sometime down the road. And don't be shy. Come and visit Alberta anytime you like, sir. And look me up, and I will be your personal tour guide. How's that? Kilo Foxtrot 8, Delta Echo Juliet from Victor Echo 6, Delta India Lima, waving goodbye to you, sir, from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Goodbye, and thank you.
So tomorrow I do oil changes on cars, and I think that'll be it. Hopefully it cools down a little bit before I work on my fence this weekend. Other than that, not much else going on, man.
Inquiring for a signal check tonight. You sound good. At first you did sound kind of quiet, but you did go back into the mic settings, I guess, and you made it sound better. You do still have some mic noise, like in the professional audio world, you'd use a sock over a microphone to make it not get that sound or whatever. When you sound the letters P or T or D, things like those letters there will always get you a little bit of mic noise as well. Just something to experiment with. K5RCQ.
I can't possibly go away without saying hello to Alfie, my buddy from Australia, and a buddy from what was it from the island there? Being as we are paisanos, come from Italy, and you're coming from Malta. Couldn't be any closer. Although Australia's a long, long ways away from here. I think I was planning on coming visiting my wife's uncle, and then my wife told me that the trip would be a 10-hour flight from Calgary to Hong Kong, and then from Hong Kong to Australia another 6 hours. And I said, forget it. I'm not spending that kind of time in a plane, so. Victor Kilo 2, Golf Alpha Papa, Alfred, from Victor Echo 6, Delta India Lima. Hello, sir.
Guys, next thing I know, you guys are gone. How's it going? I hear you guys at like dark 30 in the morning. I know you're already at work, but here Brian and Rick and Jeff sometimes in the morning, and I'm still in bed, so I don't want to tell you guys where I'm at, because you guys are already in traffic or trying to get to work. But anyway, and now I'm hearing you at 20 minutes or so to 6. Boy, you guys have some long days.
Bring some nodes and repeaters with me. W0SQN.
I got the air on. I fired up the main AC. You're talking about you're at 80 up there where you're at, and it's 80 in here still. And I turned it on, it was 83, so I was trying to cool down, but it was 93 out when I got home, so it should be cooled down pretty soon. But, yeah, today, Bob, it's National IPA Day. Just want to let you know. Back to you. Well, how about Margarita Day? I got a margarita, a canned margarita. It's pretty good. The cut water from San Diego. You guys make them down there somewhere. And yeah, I got up to 88 today, actually, and on our thermometer, I think here's what it says on the news. It's whatever it really is outside. I think it got up to 80. Well, now it's 81 still, so 81 outside. I guess I could open the door, right, inside and out, which isn't bad. I know. It's like 117 or something in Palm Springs and Vegas and everywhere. But it didn't feel that hot today. But it is feeling kind of warm now, and it makes me even warmer watching all this firefighting going on there up by Lake Piru. So it looks like they're doing pretty well with it. There's no wind, and just listening to the fire radio and watching it on YouTube live.
They came from. I hope we won't keep it here. Always a pleasure, sir. And I'm gonna take this opportunity to say goodbye, sir. And we'll do it again, sir. Victor Kilo 2, Golf Alpha Papa. Alfred from Victor Echo 6 to Delta India Lima. Waving goodbye to you from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Goodbye, sir.
Because there really isn't a lot of wind. Most of the smoke's going straight out. But it came in about this afternoon, about 2 or 2:30. I don't know. I'd have to look. We have that fire watch, which is kind of great, and I started listening to that earlier today. But damn, the aircraft, that's what I wanted to tell you about. Man, there's some awesome aircraft. Right now I'm looking at maybe a DC-10. Is that no, it's not it's got 4 props. And then they've got a small plane that looks like I don't even know what that is, a Lear, almost like a Lear, but it's got 4 jet engines doing drops. And, of course, the helicopters and the Sikorsky's and all those so they're hitting it, pretty fast and hard.
Look after yourself, my friend, even though we're so far away from Calgary, but we've got the radio that we can talk on. So that's great anyway. Cheers, Paisano. 7 degrees, D6DIL, and all the best, my wishes.
For their bags used to go or something. You could fly at 37 and just put tanks in where the bag compartments were. I think that's what they do with the DC-10s. Just got a lot of space. Back to you. Yeah, the one they're showing right now on it's Channel 7, but it's on YouTube. It says Collusion is the name on the side of it. It's a really neat looking plane. I don't think I've seen some of these planes before, but it's got 4 props and looks pretty good. Number 8. So like I say, I know I've been around planes a long time, but I've never been one to just know every model and every. My buddy Tim O'Brien and my other friend Juan Brown, who actually is a pilot, he knows like numbers, model numbers, serial numbers. God, I don't know. How they remember this stuff, I have no idea, but I guess that's their passion for sure.
It's VK2GAP. Are you there, Jacob?
Hey, Bob, I can tell you turboprop from whatever, pretty much anything that's flying. I could give you a good idea what it is. I'm going to go over to YouTube, and what channel is that?
This is Yankee Bravo Zero Alpha Kilo. Do you copy me?
7. Let me see what else it says on there. It says live brush fire burns in Ventura County, ABC 7. It started 2 hours ago. They're still playing it. It's live, so it's just the helicopter for Channel 7. Right now they're doing a snorkel from it's not a Sikorsky. What is it? What is that? With the twin rotors?
maybe it's Corsi. Anyway, they're sucking up water from thank God Lake Piru's right there. I mean, they've been doing scoops, and they don't have the super scoopers, but they've been doing a lot of sucking up from the lake. And it should be Channel 7.
Bravo, 0 Alpha Kilo Kilo, Jakarta, Indonesia. Over.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I don't have YouTube TV either anymore. So just go to YouTube and look for ABC7. I know you guys have a different, probably ABC station down there, but YouTube's YouTube, so you should be able to get it anywhere in the world. Yeah, just look for, just says, like I said, fast-moving brush fire burning in Ventura County channels, and it just says ABC7. And it's showing 3:11, so that must be a long time ago. Oh my gosh, maybe I'm watching something old. I guess I better get current.
Wait, from here to Jakarta. Okay, YD08KK, VK2CA, go ahead.
That's cool. Yeah, learn something new every day. All right, I'll let you go. I'm going to try to find it, and hopefully nothing spreads. Don't like the fires. We had one here about a mile away last week. Rick told me, "Hey, you got a fire over there." I go, "Oh, I got it. Oh, I didn't even know about it." I guess it happened after I was already here, or maybe the day off. All right, Bob. Good to hear you. I just want to say hey and say hi to Carolyn, and hopefully, nothing comes your way. So, W6VJX K6QZ. Good research on YouTube.
Okay. Victor Kilo 2, Alpha Papa. That is Yankee Bravo 0. Alpha Kilo 73.
6:50, which is 4 o'clock. But hell, it's like, it says live, it doesn't mean anything. So, well, I don't know. We'll see. Looks like it doesn't look any better at 4:01 is what I'm looking at right now. So maybe there's something that's been updated. All right, have a good one. Say hello to Alma. Enjoy the chicken and wings and stuff. Oh my gosh, I was about ready to start heading down there. It sounds really, really good. All right, have a good one, W6VJX. I got the night off, so probably won't hear me too much tonight on the air. And we'll make up for it later on, maybe on Sunday night. Talk to you later, Tom. K6QZ, W6VJX.
In Indonesia, to VK2GAP. Go ahead for the final. Angus, YV0AKK. This is VK2GAP. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay, thank you, my friend. 73.
Bravo 0, Alpha Kilo Kilo, Yankee Bravo 0, Alpha Kilo Kilo, do you copy? Victor Uniform 3, India, Tango India, calling you sir.
Repeat. Victor, Uniform 3, Tango Indian, is correct. I am Yankee Bravo 0, Alpha Kilo Kilo.
Roger, Yankee Bravo 0, Alpha Kilo Kilo. This is Victor Uniform 3, India, Tango India, returning. The time here is 6:16 a.m. on a Friday morning here. Name is Varadan, like Victor Alpha Romeo Alpha Delta Alpha November Varadan. Location Bangalore City, South India. Your report is fine and beautiful copies, Yankee Bravo 0 Alpha Kilo Jakarta, U3 India Tango India, over.
Okay, Victor Uniform 3, Indian Tango India. Thanks for the nice report this morning. We can now on the train.
Actually do that in a targeted.
Okay, I have 59. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Karina. Cool. You wanted to, deal with maybe 10 years, maybe 10 years? For the team? No, the ball deal was the team. Yeah, the ball was 15 years. 15 years old or more. No, that's not true. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And you figure your time on a daily basis. Here's the deal, just a time for measure on it. Yeah, for measure time. You know, it's not even a winter size by 10 or 1.5. Now, if you take into account the first year, they always have one animal. And then you figure out how long you want to live, because it's 1.5. Then you come to the conclusion, using mathematics, that the first offspring usually live 1.5 to 52. It's 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 the average over 9 winters long. It depends on the food supply. So the first one is the one, sometimes it's the first one. The second answer usually has to be 2, because the average point down here only lives 2.5 years. No, it's from the typical from the last 7 years. I think it's also. Yeah, you're maybe a little less than like 8 years. No, not necessarily. They really don't. There's more stretching up in the hut. They lose their mind. They're losing a lot of weight. They lose their weight. The timing of the weight is usually around February after the winter. In the middle of winter. When you see like in late October or November, and when they're not eating, they're fighting. They're already eating. Yeah, when you're not eating, you're fighting all the time. They don't go on for a week or two. Maybe a little bit longer than that. A week or two. That's not pretty torn up. Much longer than real torn up. That doesn't matter. You look at the will to live they have. What did I say? But I'm just saying that the male deer typically have a little bit shorter life there. It's more stressful. I don't think so. Well, that's the few reasons. I've been seeing pictures of deer that are 6 to 7 years old here. Well, I didn't say they would be 7 years old. They're okay. No, actually, they're around 8 years before that. They're actually huge. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean something. Well, the racks are on the horse and boot. That's right. And the genes. The genes play a big part of that, too. That's correct. I know. It produces one new line every year. There we go. That's why I put them up there too. So we also started that. If you don't talk to them, you'll like them. You get like 12 years before you all get born. Like, you get on a population, you go to the back. You get born at one thing because it makes some crazy things. You do it together. It's a continuation of the species. Oh, yeah. You know. Yeah, I got something you can do. It's not the correct thing. It's more the torture. Yeah, it is. Yeah, look at all. And live a better life. I think it's like, you can hate your hands. You get about the people that listen. Yeah, with me. You're adultery. You can make that against that. I mean, I think they're legal too. Talking cats is a animal. That's right. They have the power to domesticate one and we'll do it up here. And you can really do it. Right, I'll do it up here. We're not calling them bobcats, Joe. Yeah. We know you're going to come here and take care of some bobcats. So we can tear your house to pieces. Yeah. I mean, well, if you say a house gets bad, you ain't nothing like a bobcat. You get anything like a Disney, please. You think you just have a good one? We have a good one. Disney was a here to protect your house. So, yeah. You know why, there was a guy that wrote the Twilight Zone restaurant. Yeah, restaurant. You know why he was nervous whenever he was on TV, there was nobody standing around him? No, he did smoke. We wanted to kill him. I think in the city, but something other than that. He was very short. Oh, I see. He was very short. And, matter of fact, he our time he was listening to the army. Because he was so short. He was a good pitcher. Yeah, probably made a pitcher. Yeah, he was a short guy. Yeah, he was really short. Yeah, because anybody don't know, he was just down around. You always help him to say as much as I. Not a world of 5. Just watching Disney. You're so good. I'm going to have that. Yeah, I'm really out of here. It's not like it's a lot. You do what? You know, you do talk about the animation of the world. Yeah, I really call it the animation of animals. I don't think it's fine where personification. I watch different fine where I don't know the personification with the people make up. Like, the animals use like their human identity. It's like no. We're talking about my own life. Definitely a part of
It's one of the biggest contributors to it. It's not. Is that true? I'm going to go to that. What's the time you were at the hospital? And you're the only one looking at them. Yeah, now he's anxious water. Nope. Yeah, he's only looking for some answers. Just like a deer. If you drink 2 liters on a day, do you have any keep up? Okay, so the matter for 4 tablets. I love it. Do you have any keep up? I don't know. Hey, Richie. I'm just wondering if it's on you. No, first thing I take all the I want the 3 doctors doing it. Yeah, right. I feel like it's one of the guys on kind of stuff. Okay, well, we'll see how that works out. Okay. How about Tina? Hey, Mama. I'll be next first. I gotta get my own lawyer. I gotta say I can pull. I can coffee by the gallon. I can beer by the gallon. How much beer is it? What's the other? Yeah, actually, the secret says an empty percentage. Was that brought to you by the American Alcoholics Association? No, coffee said. Oh. Is somebody coffee lately? No, I'm buying them. No, I'm looking at the Folgers drug there, and it's $20. I should have said that when you're getting it. Your leader is the beer one, so. Oh, the beer is the water with it. Yeah, that's not. Well, maybe that was what I was wrong. Yeah, I'm feeling. Anybody like that. I'm not feeling much. You're using your voice, Mr. Survival. Here's my joke. Here's my guy. Here's my guy. Oh, what do you mean? I'm working there. Is that the one before? What's going on here? Yeah,
dumb or stupid? Which one is it, man? Is it dumb or stupid?
Hunters know that that's not right.
Like, hey, we ain't talking about that, man.
Well, there is.
What is it?
Just the intent. Send me a photo of these rangy looking deer living on
America.
They're really rangy looking. Like nuts, you know, like they had mange. Didn't look healthy at all.
You got some people in this state that raise them in high fences. And then they advertise them. They see them out, high protein. They grow these huge racks. And then they advertise them out so that people can come blast them.
Wait a minute. You said they were advertising huge racks?
I said that they have them as pets. In a high fence. They have a permit to raise these deer. And they feed them out high protein food. That's high protein. And they're wanting to get them to grow these huge racks as trophies.
He likes to say huge racks.
They advertise them out so that you can come blast them.
Okay.
They bring in exotic animals, you know, to just be shot. Mama, I'm coming home.
What do you think of that?
I think it's pretty sick. I think it's pretty sick.
Joe. I got the Texas outlaw. They don't know.
I said, I really don't know. I think it's pretty sick.
They do the same thing with cattle.
Well, you can say that's true, but this is like, I mean, the intent of it is kind of sick. I mean, it's deranged. It's not normal. I mean, most people would be kind of grossed out by it.
1.5 playback, please.
Where cows, you know, like you're saying, I mean, I understand your point, but, I mean, nobody, I think, let me see, there are some countries, I think, that raise wild bulls to be hunted. Isn't that true? I can't know what countries they are, but... Imagine a wild bull would tear your ass up, man.
Now, you want to see some wild savagery? Go get on YouTube and watch some videos out on the Serengeti Plains.
Yeah. That's probably pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking gruesome. But there's a food chain, and it's been around for thousands of years.
Right.
We need to change.
But we're talking about, you know, caging animals as trophies so that some lazy butt hunter can go, you know, drive in his four-wheel pickup truck.
1.5 playback, please.
Hanging out the window.
Speed it up.
Blast the animal and say, "Oh wow, look what I shot! Ain't I wonderful?"
Well, it's the same thing. You go on guided hunts everywhere in the world.
Right. To me, that's not hunting. That's just total BS.
You're going on guided hunts because the guides know the terrain. They know where the animals are. Why would you spend fucking $10,000 to go fly in someplace blind?
Well, it's a matter of if you want to know how to hunt, are you going to have somebody take you hunting?
Dude, you're in the frickin' tundra. this animal. No, here's how much it's going to cost.
Save your money.
I had a friend of mine that hunted big game in Africa. That's not hunting, that's stupidity. They'd shoot an elephant, and everybody in 3 villages around would get meat. Okay, so what? That's not hunting. I wouldn't
Yeah, it
feel
is.
like I accomplished anything.
Yeah, it is. It is hunting.
You know, I wouldn't feel personally, I wouldn't feel like I'd accomplished anything.
They fed 3 villages.
Have a guilty conscience.
They fed 3 villages for over a week. Hundreds of people.
Sounds like an excuse to kill animals.
I'm going cow hunting.
Tail hunting.
Go to McDonald's.
2-legged tail hunting.
Show Trump, South America.
I don't think you guys are hunters. I'm a hunter. I want to go. I'm a hunter. Dude, that's all I've been. No, you believe that Bambi has a deal with, with the local predator.
Yeah, with Walt Disney.
No, that's not the way it is. When I hunt, I like to hunt by myself. I don't like going with a group of a bunch of idiots. I like hunting by myself. They're likely to shoot each other. Yeah, I don't want to get shot by some idiot either. But wear a bulletproof vest. Yeah, they don't want to get shot by me. Well, hunting is obsolete. No, it's not obsolete. It'll never be obsolete. We don't have to go hunting anymore. We can go to Ralph's. We can go to Publix. We can go to Kroger. We can go to any of those other places and don't have to get our hands dirty. Hunting is go half dirty. We're programmed to do it.
You're going to starve, Joe.
We're programmed to do it.
You're going to starve.
You're going to fish or you're going to hunt.
You can put your name beside Alex's in that email.
But, going and paying somebody to raise some animal in a fenced-in area to go blast it, to me is just, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Yeah, but you're killing animals. You're killing animals. I don't indiscriminately kill animals. You're hunting. Okay, I'm hunting, yeah. But the shooting isn't the deal, man. Because after the shot's taken, there's a hell of a lot of work involved. Why don't you hunt them with a camera? I have hunted them with a camera. I don't shoot that many animals, Joe. How many animals do you think you're going to eat? That's right, then you shouldn't be shooting any of them. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. You need to give them birth control so that we can regulate their numbers, and we need to stop shooting them. Okay, I'm going to go let you give birth control to a bunch of wild hogs. I'm going to watch that. I'm sure that we could figure out a way of doing it. Yeah, I'm going to watch you cut the nuts out of a wild hog. No, there's other ways. No, we're going to put you in a cage with a wild hog, and you're going to cut the nuts out. There's other ways. We could fly with helicopters and spray them. He said nuts. Yeah. It's not me.
you say? He's going to counter back with something.
That's right, because I'm right.
Joe, you could have said two things there. Both are, you have no idea the answer, but you said it anyway.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Yes, I'm talking to you.
You talking to me?
You talking to me? I'm talking to you, Joe, huh? See? Talking to you, Joe.
Talking to you too, Joe.
Talking to you, Joe, see? We've been on the air for 4 hours just arguing.
Blabbering.
What is your deal? You have nothing but... Go cut your grass. Go pull some weeds, man.
He's gay.
You gotta get a heart attack. You're just stressing over everything.
Lost my screwdriver, so I can't fix it.
Well, go buy a screwdriver. I'm sure there's a Walmart open somewhere. The only screw loose is the ones in your head.
Are you criticizing me? I'm not sure. I mean, are you trying to criticize me? Let's be plain. I don't know if you're complimenting me or what. I got...
Ray Charles could see it.
Stamina.
Ray Charles could see it, Joe.
I got stamina.
You're an agitator. Sexual tendencies, Joe.
That's not a bad thing, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Some people just don't want it. We want to have a civil conversation without Joe's little piddly signal in there, just edgewise every time.
What are you going to do? What do you want to talk about?
You know, there was plenty of good discussion until you had to come and urinate all over everything.
You're doing a great job, Joe. Just keep it up, buddy. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, dude. I really appreciate you out there.
Everybody gets this, man.
Okay, no apologies, we'll keep me in the dark, Joe. Your idea, everybody will keep me in the dark. No, you're not busy, guys. Thank you. You're working for us, I'm really sorry. Oh, somebody does do that. Somebody does have a secret to that. I'll just do my radio. You can't use it. You say you're crazy, it's a thing. You're ready to fight. You're always ready to job. You're ready to see more of the plan. Okay, easy. No, you do. You're doing a great job, Joe. Why? The first little person here, you have to have a key. I'm telling you, I have to have a where am I going to phone? So you turn my dog over others. You want to keep my fool? Yeah, Cubby. You're what's happening to me. You got something to say everybody. You just need to say I just don't know what your bag is. I'm going to do a civilized. Where did he come from? How can you for 4 hours? The whole time. You should have there for 4 hours. I want to stop. I don't know. So what? One back for you. That's America. I don't agree with the wrong vehicle. I think it was in front around there. I'm going to do it. I'm going to have a calculation. People like you will take stuff. That's right. Okay. You're going to do a great job. You're going to do a great job. You're right. You're going to do it. I know. You will do it. You're going to do it. You're going to do it. That's right. That's right. That's Mikey too. Mikey, oh yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, but Mikey too. We never get those. No, please, no. Oh, you'll think so. Go, Joe. I'm going to see what's happening with your ass. Yeah, but, what's the G now? You're on. I'm just going to repair. So what am I saying? This is normal. It's different. Oh, yeah, for 50 years. Did you read it? No. 20 years. That's why I keep. Oh, maybe because it's all in Boston. Feel free to forget about the first part of it. You can just remember it's like what? Every time. That's what you're going to do. I'm always close to 50 years. 50 years. Yeah. Got a bunch of them. You what's your name? Joe, what's your name? The family is over here. Here, what's your name? Line grabbing, too. Line grabbing. So basically, Joe, the horse driver, okay? Horse driver. Joe, horse driver. Make him here. Make him screwdriver, Joe. Yeah, Q November 6th, number on 6th. Hey, like, I got your last name, I don't need that. Let me get a video. See how I'll get out playing in speakers. Feel free to there. Yeah, radio to the job, yes, operator signal. And you have a microphone, a static. That sounds like a key. No, that sounds like a radio. Like you keep grow, and I don't know if I'm without everyone everything goes in, like, I don't think it's not. And it's like, You like the traffic jam? Wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm not asking for this. That's your thing here. That's what I'm talking about. But that's why the meeting is contaminated. We're not talking about a real industry here, though. No. He had told us he was a big operation. He had to be tested. He had to test on his identity. It was a quarantine, and he had to do things. It was a science. It was an industry. One from two. Around all the way. You know, where you want to American opportunity. No, you said something more about the news media. No, I know when I went all the way, I come with my jacket. You know, it's like, at least in the 50s. 50s or 50s or lower, you know, I think I prefer 50s at night. So 50s in the morning. I go 10. I did a 10. So you know, this is good for your house. That's okay. I think I did a 10. No, it's really good. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's a good house. And we know it's not. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm going to use it. That's what I use. I'm really going to use that way with retro activity. Retro activity. It's like 1800s. You want to be able to pat yourself on the back and say, I'm doing something good. And nobody knows music there. Yeah, it's all about good framework there. Listen to the music. When it's on music, it's all about music. You don't know what it is. You're trying to act like you're a pro. I am using my speed and root signal. I make my own needs. So it's a job. You never really think because I never really think it's something to really get. Not really. Not really. You can't go. Well, yeah. So when I go back there, I'm going to have to imagine. That's what works. No, I think you can't convert. I believe. If you're moving, you're not moving. You're not part of it. You're not doing any of those things. That's all you can get. But that was true. No. Yeah. No. You get that on back, so you got yeah. You're a shopper. You're a grocery shopper. You're going to get this guy's going out there, and the shit comes in, and you catch it. It's coming, guys. He's in dope. There's a wall. He's taking me into the world there. You want more business? That guy didn't wait. No, I'm going to swear everything like I always do. Misery for hours. Basically, your life is a bell curve. Get used to it. You're saying you're just an ordinary person. You're not going to have anything above the bottom. You're not going to get anywhere. It's going to be useless. You did nothing. Somebody will live a ball the same way that you know it. You drank and you used drugs. You probably got to feel good. But you make a mistake. You're not going to do. Just give up. You're just another shrug. You're just another shrug. You're not going to be a rock star. You're not going to be a musician. You're going to be everything. That's what you're going to go with. Look it up. You didn't know that? So what do you know? You don't know scale. No scale.
India, November. What was your first name? Normally go by Martin. Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
Okay, gotcha, Martin. Anyway, it was a pleasure, man. You enjoy it over there. I get where you come from wholeheartedly. Kind of in the same sort of kind of thing. I'm 50 miles from the south of Mexico or America now. I call it South America. And the bad thing about it is the cold fronts come through here. Nor'easters, as they call, build up a low pressure system. We're getting it off. Usually pull right across this thing. We're in that zone. But hey, it's alright. You deal with it. And I'm about 100 miles from the Atlantic Ocean. And the Atlantic Ocean up there, off that coast there, there's nice tropical, more tropical breezes and everything else. Good. We get breezes at times. Very versatile, but it's not like the coastline. You take care of mine. We'll do it another night.
Yeah, okay, Paul. A lot of people get paranoid about these hurricanes and such. So many hurricanes. They're never found on the beach.
in their house the whole night. We come home, there's this big article on the TV about this fire department that they know like, who's doing that? What's this something? There's something about it. We didn't even know it. We figured it out. But it's like, it wasn't no big deal. There's been a lot of other things like that that make me laugh. Entertaining one day, I just like, Anyway, more of this pleasure, man. Keep enjoy it there. Can for it, Jim. They took too much drama, it's become a drama professional. You take care, man.
Hello everyone, welcome back. This is KJ4YZI. You're watching Ham Radio Concepts, and what I have on my desk are two magnificent radios. The ICOM IC7610 and the Yaesu FTDX 101D. Now what's happening in this video? You may be thinking, well, we're going to do a comparison. Well, not really. Let me preface this video with a couple things for a second. In case you didn't know this, there are more people that are more qualified than me to give you numbers about these radios. For instance, the Sherwood report, Rob Sherwood, is light years ahead of my education as far as IMDb and sensitivity and RMDR numbers and stuff like that. So the fact of the matter is this, while Sherwood may say this is like the most sensitive and highest quality receiver he's ever tested, the fact is, the average ham doesn't understand what that means, including myself, so we don't have to be experts here. What that means is, in a laboratory theoretical environment, that performs with those specifications on this DX101. A great radio. This is a great radio. Brand new, just massive as far as features and just awesome. But those numbers should not hold you back from buying a radio, okay? And what I mean is, if you're out there, if you're looking for your first HF rig, okay, and you're at the Sherwood website looking at those numbers before you buy your first radio, that's kind of the wrong way to go. Because when someone tells me that this DX101D is higher on the list in the Sherwood report than the 7610, and they tell me that if I don't understand what those numbers are, then I'm nothing more than an appliance operator, my answer to that is, those people that tell me I'm an appliance operator, I guarantee I could sit in front of either one of these radios and make dozens more contacts than they ever have. Because a lot of those guys, they get wrapped up in those numbers. So the first thing I want you to know is, any ham should feel comfortable with their purchase and what they want to use as far as features, how the display looks, little bells and whistles on the front, the way the ergonomics are on the keypad, and stuff like that. The touchscreen blind operators, connections on the back. Can you connect it to this or that amp or this computer? Those are the things that matter to me. I will take the judgment of Yaesu and ICOM and Rob Sherwood to determine that these manufacturers know what they're doing when they build a radio. So let's target a different audience. Let's go to the audience that wants to know, well, they both look cool, they're about in the same price range, and they're both really nice looking. Which one do I want? Well, I'll let you make that decision. You can go on YouTube and you'll see several other people making videos about these radios, and they get real scientific. They talk about, direct sampling versus super heterodyne or hybrid and IMDR or RMDR, digital analog conversion, how many bits versus each one. But the average ham with a G5 RV or some kind of compromised wire antenna that's in their backyard 10 feet off the ground, with power lines that are creating noise and fluorescent light bulbs in their plasma TV, is not going to notice that much of a difference between one radio versus the other. So those numbers, while are probably most accurate in a laboratory, should not make your influence on buying a radio, unless the numbers are way off. I mean, yeah, let's get it. If you got a Chinese radio and numbers are just crap, I get it. Something like this would be way better. But when you're talking about you want to buy one of these radios because your wife is going to spend the money, let's talk about actual radios themselves, not the numbers that were tested in a laboratory. Because if I'm out there making contacts, I don't even think of those numbers. You get where I'm getting with this? Not a comparison. We're not going to flip a switch. Coax and see, is Rob Sherwood right? Is this thing way better with a weak signal? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And I'm not going to try to lie to you and tell you that I know what he's talking about. I'll trust the people that are on my channel watching that are way smarter than me. In the meantime, we'll start this video with the DX101D by Yaesu, the ICOM IC7610. I'll show you around both radio, we'll measure, show you the displays, the connections, how the buttons are laid out, different things. I'm going to try my hardest not to say anything like, I like this, or this is cool, or this is better than that. I'm just going to show side by side. When I'm done, you make the decision. Go watch the other guy on YouTube that gets real technical, take a little bit of my video, a little bit of his video, a couple other people, go to Josh, go to everybody else, and check and look and see what you want to buy. Don't listen to your neighbor that says, well, the factor of this, or blah, 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 is way better. Well, maybe you don't care. Maybe you like the way the icon looks. Maybe you like that 3D waterfall in the Yaesu. That's what we're going to look at. And thank you to Gigaparts for letting me have like $10,000 worth of radios sitting right here on my desk to the point where I had to move all my stuff over to make room. Without Gigaparts, I would never have these in my hand to actually look at these side by side and play with them. And the first part of the video, we'll show you. I'll start measuring, but look, let's say you're in an RV. Let's say you're an RVer. Right? Here's the very first side by side. The icon takes up a smaller footprint. Let's say you're concerned about the real estate. We'll measure these, but look at the size of the DX101 versus the IC7610. Doesn't have anything to do with performance other than the case size when you're looking at this. And this is the kind of stuff I want to show you in this video. So right there off the bat, you can see which one is bigger, right? Do you live in your mom's basement? You got like 5 feet of square area right there, and you don't want to have a huge radio? Well, there you can see the size. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Let's get into it. We'll turn them on. I'm going to disconnect my radios back there to hook these things up. And at the end, hopefully you made it that far. Leave a comment and leave a comment about what you think of my method here. Was this an effective method? Not knowing all technical. Was this an effective method? I'm giving you information on each one side by side for you to make a decision. One of the really cool features of the Flex is, like I can be sitting here and chit-chatting here with you guys on this band, on this frequency right here, and I can go over to my desktop. I can open up a completely separate smart SDR, and if I'm on the direct antenna, I can go anywhere I want on that completely separate. Yeah, that's super cool. And like with my 8600, MS6600, I can create another pan adapter, like immediately other slots to the pan adapter, and select a completely separate antenna. And I
it's just, I can do a lot of that in the Anon, but it's like I can only do it twice. I can't do it 4 times. And I guess it doesn't matter that much, but it is a little bit different headspace.
Can you break them out and slide them onto a different window and into a different monitor on the same computer?
If you can, I haven't figured out how to do it. So right now my answer would be no.
It's like anything else. They all have their strong points and their weak points.
I completely agree with that. I really like both, and I'm glad I get to play with both. But again, if I could only keep one, it would be the Flex, and like everything from the DACs, so audio cables for my digital stuff. I'm not gonna list off every single reason, but to me, it's a product that meets my needs a little better. But don't get me wrong, I love the receiver in the Anon. It's a different caliber. It sounds different, and that's probably just because you have so much control over it. But if your scope of amateur radio use is more like remoting and doing digital mode and all kinds of stuff like that, the Flex is probably a little bit better thought out product. But that might be controversial for me to say that to some, so I'm not trying to pick a fight.
Well, you probably heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. I have 4 HF radios over here, and the Hermes on the Thetis is by far the best receiver.
Yeah, the receiver in the Anon, it's a better receiver, and the way that I think of it is if I'm operating from a fixed position, doing what we're doing right here, right now, I'm going to run the Anon. Like tonight, I used 8600 all afternoon doing my digital stuff, and as soon as I switched over here and did started doing rag chewing, so I switched over to the Anon. I like it better for what we do right here.
I can turn on this 450, put it on the horse sense antenna or the antenna, and I can listen to 2 things at one time. Is that what you call another instant?
That's right.
Hey, JJ.
Hello.
I'll put it out tomorrow on the group, but I normally come home around 6:30, 7 o'clock after Ray. I may say, let's go find a frequency on 40. I can talk to you guys on the way back.
Yes, please throw it up there, and if I'm anywhere near, and I'll be switching back to the Flex connected, because I'm going to Tennessee tomorrow night, and the other day, I don't know what happened over there. I suspect the other night, you remember whenever I was barefoot on the radio and was kind of being an idiot and was using that radio while at the same time I was checking into the free DV net, and I could get up to 100 watts, but I didn't enable the amp. I think the power supply tripped out over there because I've not seen that radio since.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I guess you'll find out tomorrow.
That's right, I'll find out, but I'm definitely going to leave this one running so I can get into it just in case something blew up.
What kind of power supply?
I was running a DJI 1,000 power battery bank, and I suspect when I cranked it all the way up to 100 watts, because when I connected that, one of those DJI ports only put out 120 watts or something. I think when I cranked it up to 100 watts, it had more power than the port came out, and so it shut down.
Do you have a fuse on it?
It's internally used, it trips out. But yeah, there is an inline fuse, a 15 amp inline fuse.
Because Will says it's always best to use an inline fuse on those batteries.
Yeah, I got both. It's got a built-in circuit breaker, and then also, so I suspect it just went out or blew the fuse.
Sounds like an easy fix.
Yeah, I suspect I'm going to walk in and push the button. There we go. And I have not tried 100 watts of power on that thing. I used to run that battery as our supply for my ICOM 7300, and the 7300 would trip it out. If